Job like mine? Good. Hands down. Raise your hand. If you want to get a job like mine, you have to do well in school. You have to do well in school so you can go to high school. You have to work hard in high school to go to college. You have to work extremely hard to get a job that you're never going to make a lot of money. Most importantly, you cannot get in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. These do not help you out in life. If you do get in trouble for it, you will not be able to have the permits to have these animals do this job. And I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that teaching little ones is the best part of my job. It's not. I enjoy it, it's just not the best part. Some people think it's raising the animals. I've raised all different types of creatures. This is actually the 4th kangaroo I've raised in my home. I love raising animals. It's still not the best part. You got to think about this. The best part of my job is every day I get paid to aggravate principals, teachers, librarians. Now, is it more fun putting little 20-pound bale babies on Miss Laura and watch her rocket like a crazy lady? Because I can't care. That's her little grand room now. Now, is it more fun putting bottle babies on diapers on Miss Laura, or do you like it when we put the 200-pound python on her? Python. I think the python's the easier one. Now, what you got to think about these animals. These are wonderful programming creatures. They are not pets, though, even though that one thinks he's part of a family. He actually doesn't even know that he's a kangaroo. Now, he has transitioned very well. He is now either traveling with me on the road or living full-time in the pasture with the other ones. And we have another kangaroo that was almost 3 times his size already, and they've bonded very well. They live in the pasture with the muntjac. If y'all remember the little fanged deer from Indonesia, the muntjac, the kangaroos, the potbelly pigs, and the goats all get along very well in the pasture. Now, you all have done very good. Unfortunately, as usual, we've talked too long, and I got to load up and hit another library for this afternoon. So if you have any questions, let's remember, you're in a library. Go check out a book. You can't find the right book, ask the librarians to help you out. Parents, if any of you all are Facebookers, you can fan the company. That'll tell you when we're doing other public programming in the area. For the quirky teachers that have a good sense of humor, we've started this with a partnership with Tennessee State Parks. They're very popular. It's called Wildlife and Wine with Bob Tarter. Teachers need medication, seriously. It's a good medication. Come on now. Now, you all have done very good. On your way out the door, the volunteer will be able to hand out the coloring sheets that have the correct spelling for all the animals' names, as well as we've got our reading foreman that will have the bookmarks right in the cubby hole on your left. And the bookmarks have the red kangaroo information on there, as well as you can find us more online. The thing that I like most about that bookmark one is you will see a very distinctive male standing on the right side of the picture and the females on the left, and you'll see how much bigger these guys are. You have done great. I am proud of you. Parents, give yourselves a big round of applause. And we'll see you all again. I'm coming.
You hear me? Yeah, you come see our clubhouse in a tree. We are kids on a mission to educate ourselves about the NASA vision. Come explore math and science, 'cause that's what makes our alliance. We are the Wildfire Club. We yearn to learn and want to see everything that we can be. So come join us on our journey. Don't you touch that dial. And welcome to the NASA White House.
Wait, what are you doing?
Look, you just poured orange juice in your cereal.
I can't believe I just did this, and I'm so tired.
Hi, Jacob.
Hi.
Oh, wow, this is so cool.
Oh, this is my friend PJ. He's a friend from school. I told him about our treehouse.
Hi.
What do you guys do in this place?
You'll find out soon enough.
I asked my two friends to join us. This is Kaylee and Catherine. Hi. Pretty neat. I like to swing. You all won't believe what I just did. What did you do? I was so tired that I accidentally poured orange juice in my cereal. My dog Rocky woke me up during the night, sometime around 10:30.
So did my dog Arf. He just started barking for some reason.
You have a dog named Arf?
Well, yeah, it makes sense. You know, Arf Arf.
How long has this been going on? For the last several nights. Hey, KSNN is coming on.
Oh, cool.
And now, KSNN Afternoon News, brought to you by the GumSonic Turbo Electric Toothbrush. Brush your teeth at supersonic speed with a GumSonic Turbo.
Good afternoon, I'm Ted Toon. Today's top story, barking dogs are keeping our city's residents awake. Reports began to come in between 10 p.m. and midnight last night. Our on-the-scene reporter, I Am Listening, is live with this report.
Thanks, Ted. As you well know, dogs will bark at just about anything, and they were certainly barking last night. But no one here seems to know exactly why. Some residents speculated that a cat or a prowler may have caused the dogs to bark, or it could have been something as simple as the wind. We may never know. I Am Listening, KSNN News on the Scene.
Thanks, I Am, for that live report. Authorities are pleading with local residents to bring their dogs in tonight so that everyone can get some sleep. I'm Ted Toon, and that's all the news.
Wow, it's not just Rocky and Arf.
Dogs are barking in other areas of our neighborhood.
But what could be setting them off?
It could be a sneaky cat just trying to tease them. Maybe the dogs are just talking to each other.
Right, at that hour?
I know we need to solve this problem. Remember, we have that big test coming up next week?
I need my sleep. I can't afford another bad grade.
Today's Monday. Hopefully we can figure this one out by test time.
Maybe I can help you. I'm pretty good on the computer. We could do a little research on the internet.
Good idea.
I think we can help too. You know, 6 heads are better than 1.
I can't believe I didn't make the connection. You 3 are on KSNN. They called you the Treehouse Detectives.
That's us. Maybe we could become Treehouse Detectives too.
Maybe if we had a team of treehouse detectives, we could figure out the problem of the barking dogs a lot faster.
My mom works on the team at NASA Langley Research Center. She says that they have a lot of success solving problems.
Maybe a team approach is a way to go. Let's go for it.
Okay, let's get started. We don't know much.
So far, all we know is that the dogs are barking and keeping everyone up.
We need help. Let's go ask our neighbor, Dr. D.
He helped us through the stink problem.
I have an idea. Anytime we take a field trip, let's put it on the message board. That way, all of us will know what's going on.
And any information you receive, just enter it into your computer.
Good idea. Maybe just the 3 of us should go over before school.
I'll go to school early.
We will too.
Let's go see Dr. D.
Okay, I'm sure he's working on one of his projects.
Hey, Dr. D.
I think he can hear you. You're so loud.
Hi guys, what brings you over? You look a little tired.
Some of us are very tired. We didn't get any sleep.
Both of our dogs were barking last night.
Dr. D, did Bernie bark last night?
No, you know Bernie, he's a little old. Sometimes he's really out of it.
Did Bernie ever bark?
Oh yeah, sure. Especially when he would smell or hear something he wasn't familiar with. He'd start barking to scare it off.
So could there be a strange smell in the air that's making all of the dogs in the neighborhood start barking?
Could be. I thought the Treehouse Detectives would be back, working on another problem. So I made up this board.
Oh, the scientific method. I'll let you in on a little something. The scientific method really helps you to solve problems.
Well, it helped us with the stink problem.
Remember, Scientific method is a step-by-step way to solve problems. You can use it every day.
Oh, it's all coming back to me now.
I have something fun to show you that'll help us review the scientific method. Let's go to my lab and try it out.
Okay.
Does anyone know what this device is called?
I've seen one before, but I don't know what it's called.
Well, it's called the Newton's cradle. If you wanted to find out how it worked, what would you do?
I guess I'd play around with it.
If we are following the scientific method, then the first thing we would do is to identify the problem.
And of course, we'd have to observe it.
Well, you're observing it already by playing with it. What do you think we can say is the problem?
Well, I noticed that when I pull this ball back and then release it, another ball pops out. Does that happen every time?
And what about two balls?
That's the problem. Remember, a problem has to be stated in the form of a question. So our problem is, what happens to the balls on the other side when I pull back a certain number of balls?
Isn't the next part of the scientific method research?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, I like this kind of research. Let's see what happens when I pull back two balls.
I'll collect data.
Whoa, wait a minute. Don't forget, we have to control the variables. All the variables the same except for one. So pull back your two balls the same distance that Jacob pulled back his one.
That's right. I forgot about those variables.
Wait, what happens if I do 3 balls?
Are we ready for our hypothesis yet?
I know the hypothesis. When you let go of two balls come out. And if you let go of 3 balls come out.
That's right. Remember, the hypothesis has to be written so it can be tested. For example, the same number of balls I pulled back will come out on the other side.
Okay, are we ready to experiment yet? That's my favorite part.
Okay, let's test the hypothesis. Let's see what happens. If I pull back 4 balls, then 4 balls should come out on the other side. Wow, our hypothesis was correct.
Congratulations. But remember, the data does not support the hypothesis. You have to try again.
But how do we observe for our problem of the barking dogs?
We can't stay up all night waiting for the dogs to start barking.
Well, we could.
Not me. Remember, I have that big test next week.
I think we need to go back to the treehouse to talk about this problem, and then we need to decide what we want to research. Thanks for all your help, Dr. D.
See you, Dr. D.
Bye-bye, guys.
Let's see. Remember our need-to-know board?
How could I forget that one?
Hey, it did help us solve the stink problem.
Okay, what do we know?
We know that dogs are barking at all hours of the night.
And we know that's happening in our neighborhood.
We need to know what's making them bark.
What would make a dog bark? It could be a prowler or a robber staking out the area. Or it could be just a mad cat getting even.
Yeah, but if it was a prowler, wouldn't KSNN report about it?
That's true. And I haven't heard anything about prowlers or robbers on KSNN.
Cats aren't a new problem, but whatever's setting off the barking definitely is.
Well, remember what Dr. D told us about Bernie. Bernie barks at strange smells or sounds.
KSNN didn't report any environmental problems with the smell.
Since Dr. D said it could also be sound, then let's investigate sound.
But remember the stink. It could be anything.
Yes, we need to find out a little more about sound. We need to start our sound research.
We should also check out the NASA Wi-Fi's website. I saw something about it on sound. You will love the NASA Wi-Fi's website.
My mom's friend, Miss Leslie Bowie, works over at the Children's Museum. Maybe she can help us with the sound problem.
I can't go over there right now.
I can't go either.
Okay, I'll put it in the computer. Maybe one of the other treehouse detectives will show up.
This place is really neat. Yeah, but I think we need to find Miss Leslie Bowie.
Hi, I'm Leslie Bowie. I'm curator here at the Children's Museum of Virginia. How can I help you?
Hi. Some of our dogs are barking and are waking us up at night. And we think that a really strange sound may be making them bark. Can you tell us what sound is?
I think I can help you understand. Come over this way. Sound is created by vibration. A vibration is a back and forth motion, a lot like this slinky. An object vibrates and pushes air molecules around. Then these set other air molecules into motion.
But we can't actually see the sound waves.
But I can help you see the vibrations. This is a tuning fork. Listen.
I can hear a sound. Me too.
And I can help you see the vibrations. frequency is the rate of vibration. The higher the frequency, the higher the pitch. Here, let me show you. I've flattened a straw and cut points. Now blow hard. I'll cut the straw. What do you notice?
It's higher.
I'll cut it again. What changes?
It's even higher.
It's kind of like these tubes. The longer the tube, the lower the sound.
That's right. The shorter the tube, the higher the sound. It's a lot like the straws. Bianca, can you hear me? Yes, Kaylee. We're having so much fun. But now it's time to go. I don't want to go, but I'll go tell Mrs. Bowie thanks for the information. Okay, see ya. Bye. Bye-bye.
Let's get back to work. When my dog starts barking, I'm usually asleep.
Maybe we can ask other people to observe their dogs at night.
I'll call KSNN and ask them to announce it on the news.
A big part of the scientific method is observation.
Remember what Dr. D said, you have to define the problem through observation. Observation is my favorite part of the scientific method. If you want to learn more about the scientific method, you should go to the NASA Y-Files website. KSNN is great. Look, we're already getting responses from different neighborhoods.
Let's see. This person from Coakley Cascade says her dogs are barking early in the morning and late at night.
But in Midnight Growl, they say that they have barking mainly in the morning.
Let's email them back and see if they noticed any funny smells, sounds, or creatures around the house when the dogs were barking.
How are we going to sort all this data?
Data collection is also a big part of the scientific method.
With this data, we might be able to get to the bottom of this.
My mom told me about someone at NASA Langley who spends a lot of time collecting and analyzing data.
Maybe we should talk to the experts at NASA. Computer, get me an expert at NASA on analyzing and collecting data.
Hi, I'm Dr. Carl Luttrell at the NASA Langley Research Center.
Hi, we're trying to solve the problem of the barking dogs.
I might be able to help you. We collect a lot of data here. That's how we understand problems so we can solve them. Right now, we're developing a flight simulation experiment so we can test a new display idea. We'll collect data from pilots to see if they can fly you and your family around more safely with our new display as opposed to the old one.
We've received a lot of emails from neighborhoods.
We really need to know the best way to keep track of all this data. How do you sort and collect your data?
Well, first we start with a question or a statement of what we think is happening. We call that statement a hypothesis. So, for example, in my case, I hypothesized that the new display will be better than the old display, and that will be true for both younger and older pilots. The data we collect will fill in the test matrix. Each data point can be considered an observation. In my experiment, I'm using the computer and sensors in the computer to take these observations. You can also take direct observations by looking at things yourself, or indirect observations by asking other people to report things to you.
How do we know if data is important to our problem?
Well, hopefully your data supports your hypothesis. That means that the conditions you thought were important actually did influence your measures. If it doesn't, then you might want to collect some more data, some different data, or rethink your hypothesis.
This is great. Remember the matrix Dr. D showed us in the stink problem? We can use that to help us rule out some of the possible sources of the problem.
But how do we set up a matrix?
You really should set up your test matrix ahead of time before you collect data. In my experiment, it's pretty simple since I only have two factors of interest, the display type and the age of the pilots. And I have two levels for each of these factors. For the display type, I have a new display and an old display. And for the age of the pilots, I have younger and older pilots. Your matrix helps you organize your data so you can look at it, analyze it, and understand what's important about your problem.
We can look at the data and get an idea about the source.
Thanks a lot for all your help. Now we might be able to actually make some sense of all this.
Thanks for stopping by. Good luck.
Wow, we have more emails.
Maybe we will see a pattern in the increase of strange smells, sounds, or even prowlers.
Look, this person from Coakley Cascade said she didn't notice any strange smells when her dog started barking. Smells seems like such a stretch.
I don't think we're going to solve this problem anytime today.
I agree. Tonight, try to see what's going on when your dog starts barking.
I'll try.
Let's all try. We need to figure this one out quick.
So what's up? Will the dogs continue to bark? Are the treehouse detectives asking the right questions? Will the scientific method work to solve the problem? Tune in next time for The Case of the Barking Dogs.
We can use our information to plot exactly where the dogs are barking and possible causes. Let's use black push pins for dogs barking in the night, blue ones for dogs barking in the day, green for prowlers, yellow for loud sounds, and red ones for strange smells.
We have too many emails, but not enough push pins.
Remember in school, we used pictographs to represent large numbers.
Yeah, each push pin can equal 5 barking dogs.
In Midnight Growl, we have 10 dogs barking in the day.
So I'll put 2 blue push pins.
In Cochlear Cascade, we have 20 dogs barking in the day and 10 dogs barking at night. That means we have 4 blue push pins and 2 black ones.
Let's just put in a green push pin for each neighborhood that reported prowlers. That would be Midnight Growl and Sleepless Subdivision.
If prowlers are the source of the problem, then wouldn't each neighborhood that reported barking dogs have prowlers?
And those with prowlers would have barking. But by looking at the map, we can see this isn't true. So I guess prowlers aren't causing the problem.
What about smells?
So far, no one has reported any bad smells. And if it was a bad smell, wouldn't KSNN say something about it?
Good point. What about sound?
In Midnight Growl, we have dogs barking, and some residents are noticing loud noises.
I'll put a yellow push pin in Midnight Growl.
In Cochlear Cascade, there are dogs barking, and they notice loud sounds.
Another push pin for that neighborhood.
This looks promising.
In the email from Sound Seaside, they've noticed loud sounds.
Let me get this one. But there are no dogs barking.
So does this mean there's no connection to sound?
My guess is no.
We might want to research sounds a lot more because both Midnight Growl and Cochlear Cascade have barking dogs and sound. There may be a connection. You would think that all dogs would start barking at all loud sounds.
I think so far it's sound.
The map really helps us see it.
Sure has helped us to solve the problem. You know, at the NASA Wi-Fi's website, there are some great activities using a map and a matrix. You should check it out.
I think we need to concentrate on sound a little more. Let's go back to our need to know board. We know dogs are barking, and we know that vibrations produce sound, and that sound travels in waves. We need to know more about how sound travels and how we hear it. Let's think about sounds that make dogs bark. Garbage trucks, sirens?
Definitely, and work trucks.
I wonder if there's a reason why the dogs aren't hearing sound in Sound Seaside.
Maybe they have wax in their ears.
Yeah, right.
Maybe something's blocking the sound, you know, keeping it from going to other parts of the town.
That's a good idea. Like what?
Maybe a wall. Maybe more dogs are kept inside in that neighborhood.
That could be it. I think there's more connections between barking dogs and sound than there is with prowlers or even smells.
I say we concentrate on sounds.
My mom's friend knows a lot about ears. I think she's called an audiologist.
Can you go visit her? I can't. I have to do my homework.
Jacob and I will go. Her name is Miss Helen Denny. She works at Centera Hampton General Hospital. She says we can come over anytime.
I'll email our parents and tell them where we're going.
Great, let's get up and go.
Okay. We're known as the Treehouse Detectives.
Oh.
We're trying to get some sleep, but the neighborhood dogs are keeping us up.
Oh, no. We wanted to know how our ears work. That way we can figure out why the dogs keep barking.
And how sound travels. If we know how sound travels, that might help us solve the problem.
I think I can help you out. Let's move into the other room.
Cool. All right. What is all this stuff?
This is equipment we use to test people's hearing.
Could you tell us how our ears work?
Sure. The outer ear collects and concentrates the sound energy. Then this is channeled down the ear canal, and the eardrum vibrates, and so do the small bones within the ear. Then the sounds go through the cochlea, the hair cells bend, and then the impulses are sent up the auditory nerve into the brain where they're decoded.
Are there sounds people can't hear?
Sure, if they're above a certain frequency. The human ear can hear frequencies between 20 and 20,000 vibrations a second.
Frequencies? That might be a clue. Thanks for all your help.
Sure.
Bye.
Bye, and good luck.
Thanks. I bet NASA Langley Research Center could help us.
My neighbor researches noise pollution and how it affects us.
I've heard of air pollution, but noise pollution?
Yes. Her name is Miss Brenda Sullivan. Let's go over and talk to her.
Okay, I'll call my mom for a ride. I'm sure glad it's a half day so we can get all this research done.
Yeah.
Too bad PJ couldn't make it. Look, what or who is that?
Oh, that's Fred the Hen. You must be the Treehouse Detectives?
I'm Bianca, and this is Jacob.
We're trying to solve a really big problem. Dogs are barking and keeping us up at night and in the early morning.
I heard about that on the news.
We think that a really loud sound might be making them bark.
We're researching sound.
We like to learn how you deal with sound problems.
Well, I'm a psychoacoustician here at NASA Langley Research Center.
That's a really big word. I don't think I can even say that.
So what do you do here?
Well, as a psychoacoustician, I design, conduct, and analyze tests that investigate the psychological effects of noise on people. Let me show you one of my labs.
Is this a real plane?
No, this is a fake. But we go up in real planes, we make recordings, and we bring them down to the lab, and we modify them. Then we can play them back to people in here and find out which kind of sounds they prefer.
So what kind of sound do people prefer?
Well, quiet ones, really. We hear from 20 vibrations per second to 20,000 vibrations per second, and the low-frequency ones bother us less than the high frequencies. For instance, have you heard a piece of chalk scratching on a chalkboard?
Yuck.
Well, that's a high-frequency sound.
What about dogs? Do they hear differently from us?
Well, I'm not an expert on dogs, but I know dogs can hear higher frequencies than we do. They can hear very high frequencies. Come on, let's go.
So, we need to find out what kind of things make very high frequency noises.
What about machinery or a factory?
They both might be possibilities.
That could be it. It could be a noise from a nearby factory. We might have the answer.
You mean the hypothesis?
You need to go and talk to my friend veterinarian. His name's Dr. Gooding.
Oh, here he is. He's right around the corner.
Great. I love going to pet hospitals. I'll call my parents and see if it's okay. I wonder what kind of neat pets we will see today.
Hi, we're the Treehouse Detectives. We're here to see Dr. Gooding.
Please come this way. How can I help you?
Thanks for helping us. I'm Jacob, and this is Bianca. Have you heard about the dog barking problem on KSNN?
Yes, I have. I know it's keeping a lot of people up at night.
Tell me about it.
We need to know if dogs hear sound differently from us. Whoa, look at that big dog. I know he can hear us.
Yes, dogs tend to hear at a much higher frequency than human beings. This means they can hear sounds that the human ear cannot hear. Dogs can hear sounds between 67 Hz and 45 kHz. Now, people can only hear between 20 Hz and 20 kHz.
Do the insides of dogs' ears look like ours?
What?
That's actually a good question. I have something to show you. Let's go, guys. Let's take a look in Millie's ears. Actually, the anatomy of the human ear is similar to that of the dog.
Those are actual pictures of Millie's ears.
However, dogs have some equipment or parts that might have better hearing. For example, dogs tend to have a longer ear canal that might allow sound to be funneled or directed into the hearing apparatus. It's a lot like this funnel, something that is used to direct water into this bottle so that you don't spill it.
So that's why dogs can hear noises at higher frequencies. They can hear things that we can't.
That's true. Dogs used to be wild before they were domesticated. They had to survive by finding food and escaping predators. Therefore, they might have had to depend on their ears to survive.
That's cool. Dr. Gooding, do you know any good examples of high-frequency sounds?
Let's see. Are you familiar with dog whistles or pest zappers? These are good examples of high-frequency sounds.
Thanks, Doctor, for all your information.
We'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
I wonder if more people have bought dog whistles lately. We should check that out.
Hey guys, there's a cool activity at the NASA Wi-Fi's website where it lets you build a sound cone and gives you superhuman hearing. You should check it out.
We interrupt this broadcast for a special Kids Science News Network bulletin. We go now live to reporter I Am Listening.
Thanks, Ted. There's nothing new to report on the barking dog dilemma. The mystery has not been solved. I repeat, the mystery has not been solved. Many people continue to suffer from lack of sleep as the dogs continue to bark between 10 p.m. and midnight every night. I Am Listening. KSNN News. Back to you, Ted.
Thanks for that informative report, I Am. What? This just in, Gumsonic, manufacturer of the most popular electric toothbrushes on the market, announced today that there may be problems with their newest model, the Gum Sonic Turbo. Gum Sonic stressed that there is no threat to the general population and more studies are being conducted. More after this.
We need to learn more about very high-frequency sounds because that is what the veterinarian said dogs can hear and we can't.
So we need to find out what kinds of things make high-frequency noises.
Miss Sullivan says it could be the factory, and Dr. Gooding says it could be pest zappers or dog whistles.
I think they're all possibilities.
I think the factory is it. Yes, we might have the answer.
You mean a hypothesis?
Before we jump to any conclusions, we need to learn more about how sound travels, because I don't know if sound can travel that far.
Look, we have an email from Dr. D. He wants to take us to NASA. He's going to meet us outside.
I talked to Brenda Sullivan. She's allowing us to use the anechoic chamber.
The what?
Just follow me. Well, what do you think of this?
Wow, this is pretty amazing.
An anechoic chamber is a special chamber that absorbs sounds. Sounds can't bounce off the walls, the ceiling, or the floor.
This is weird. What are all those things on the wall?
They're wedge-shaped sponges. That's what absorbs the sound. Let's try an experiment. Bianca, stand over here. And Matthew, go across the room from her.
Okay.
Now face into the wall, Bianca, and yell as loud as you can. Go ahead.
Wow!
What'd you hear?
I could hear her, but she wasn't that loud.
I yelled as loud as I could, and you still couldn't hear me?
Not really, and that's unusual for once.
Let me show you another property of sound. Now, Matthew, stand about a half a meter away from the speaker. Now, after I turn up the sound really loud, I want you to walk backwards until the sound appears to be about half as loud.
Okay.
You ready?
It sounds about half as loud here.
It's not surprising to find out that sound gets softer as you move further away from the source. This is called an inverse relation. Mathematics will help us understand how it works. Every time you move a little more than 3 times further away, it will sound half as loud.
I have so much information in my head, it hurts.
We need to go back to the treehouse and sort it all out on the need-to-know board.
Let's go.
Dr. D says that we need to look for loud sounds that could be causing the dogs to bark.
I know one sound that's really loud. It's a garbage truck, and I know they make dogs bark.
What about sirens? My dog always barks when he hears a siren.
Yeah, and there's a new factory near Hollow Sound.
I bet that's it. You know, in the stink it was the candy factory. Maybe noises from the factory are making the dogs bark.
That should be our hypothesis. Let's look at these emails.
Wow, lots of dogs are barking in Hollow Sound. That's right near the factory. So that's gotta be it.
Oh, this is too easy. We are so good.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives solve this problem? Do you think their hypothesis is right or wrong? Are high and low frequencies an important part of solving this problem? We'll see you next time for the next NASA Y-Files, The Case of the Barking Dogs.
Did you watch your dog last night?
I tried to, but I've been so tired, I fell right to sleep.
Did you ever do that sound connectivity Matthew was talking about?
I did. It was a lot of fun. But I couldn't hear the high-frequency noise like that of a dog whistle. I don't think it'll help us solve the problem.
Oh well, at least we tried.
But I think we're getting somewhere. Let's get organized.
Why do we need to do that? We already know what's causing the problem. It's the factory.
Dr. D told us not to jump to any conclusions. So let's figure this thing out. Back to the matrix board. Across the top are the names of the neighborhoods. Midnight Growl, Cochlear Cascade, Sound Seaside, and Southern Sleepless Subdivision. Down the left side, we have one cause, which is garbage pickup, and we have the effect of dogs barking.
The trucks were in Midnight Growl on Monday, and there were dogs barking. Then, in Sleepless Subdivision, they were there on Tuesday, but no dogs were barking.
Okay, in Sound Seaside, they have not yet had garbage pickup. In Cochlear Cascade, there was garbage pickup on Wednesday, and the dogs were still barking.
This is confusing.
The matrix shows us that there is a relationship between garbage pickup and dogs barking, but only on 2 days.
Cochlear Cascade had barking on Monday, but there was no garbage pickup on that day.
Yeah, and let's remember, dogs have been barking at night, and there's no garbage pickup at night.
Maybe we need to rule out garbage trucks. What about sirens?
Forget it. Sirens go off all the time, so why would it be more barking now than before?
I think we need to find a new hypothesis.
Good morning. I'm Ted Toon. with the Kids Science News Network News. The mystery of the barking dogs continues to confuse authorities. More dogs were heard barking last night, and even more people were kept awake between 10 p.m. and midnight. We urge you to please bring in those dogs so that those of us who have to get up in the morning can get some sleep. And in consumer news, the Gum Sonic Company, makers of the Gum Sonic Turbo, issued an official product recall today. Anyone who bought the Gum Sonic Turbo model electric toothbrush is urged to return it to the Gum Sonic Company for a full refund. And that's all the news.
I really think we're onto something, but we need to figure out where the sound could be coming from.
That's a good idea, because right now, we don't know if the sound is coming from outside, inside our houses, or even from across town.
Maybe we need to know more about how fast sound can travel.
Let's experiment. That's part of the scientific method.
Yeah, maybe our teacher and friends at school can help us. I'll email my teacher and ask her if she has any experiments to help us see how fast sound travels.
Okay.
Good morning, Mrs. Rickles.
Well, good morning. I've got your email this morning, and I have just the experiment for you. I have it all written down here. Here you go.
Thanks, Mrs. Rickles, for helping us.
You're welcome.
It looks like we need to go outside and create echoes and measure how long it takes us to hear those echoes. Let's get started.
Okay.
Okay, everybody line up in threes. One person will do the clapping, the other person will time the number of claps, and the other will take the data.
We need a set of pipes, a meter stick, a stopwatch, a pencil and a paper, and goggles.
We will use the side of the building to bounce sound off to create an echo. Measure 57 meters from that wall.
I can do that, but I need help.
Okay, you need to stand right here. This is where we'll start the experiment.
We need to start clapping these two items together like this, and listen for the echo.
You really need to get a rhythm going so that you can hear the echo in between claps like this.
Let's try it.
That's good.
Okay, I'm hearing the echo.
Let's time the number of claps in 20 seconds and record our data so we can analyze it when we get back inside.
I have 30 claps.
That's great. Let's do the experiment again so we can take an average of the number of claps.
Remember, when you are experimenting, you must have repeated trials.
In the sting problem, we learned that we need to perform the experiment at least 3 times. Okay, we need another group to line up.
Let's count down.
3, 2, 1, go!
Do you know why it's important to take an average?
Taking an average helps us to eliminate the possibility that someone counted wrong, read the stopwatch wrong, or didn't understand the instructions. Do you know how to calculate an average? It's easy. For example, you can take the numbers 20, 22, and 19. You add them up and divide them by 3, and that's your average.
Now, to calculate the speed of sound, we need to take the number of seconds, and we need to divide it by the number of claps. This is going to tell us the amount of time between claps. What do we get?
That's 0.66. Let's see, I calculate that to be 2/3 of a second between claps.
Okay, we have 2/3 of a second between claps, and the echo comes halfway between claps. Then it only takes 1/3 of a second for the sound to travel to the wall and back to us.
I guess that sounds correct.
And to figure out how far it travels from us to the wall and back, wouldn't we just take 57 meters and double it?
What, 114 meters?
Correct. Now to figure out the speed, divide distance traveled by the time. Okay, that would be 114 meters divided by 1/3 of a second. That comes to 342 meters per second.
That's beyond fast.
A meter is just a little longer than a yard. This means that sound travels more than 3 football fields in a second.
Wow, that's really fast.
Now we actually saw how fast sound travels.
Let's go tell Dr. D.
Hey, Dr. D.
Oh, hi, kids.
Dr. D, I did this really cool experiment at school, and it showed that sound traveled so fast.
What do you think affects how fast sound travels?
Oh, you mean, what are the variables?
Ah, very good.
Could it have anything to do with the temperature?
That's a great question. The speed of sound increases with temperature. That's one variable. Another variable is the moisture.
I guess this means that on hot, humid days, when it's really sticky outside, the sound travels really fast.
No, not that much faster. The material that sound travels through, which we call the medium, makes a big difference. Generally, sounds travel faster through liquids than they do through air. They travel faster through solids than through liquids.
Why does that happen?
It's called elasticity. I'll show you how it works. I'm doing an experiment. Matthew, why don't you finish lining up the dominoes on the table, if you would, please?
Sure.
Bianca, grab a hold of this spring and hold on really tight. I'm going to send a wave pulse down the spring. Pay careful attention to how fast it's going. All right, now solids and liquids are more elastic than gases. See how much of a difference this makes? I'm going to increase the elasticity of this spring by increasing its tension. Elasticity tells me how fast things are brought back into place when they're disturbed. Are you ready? Watch carefully.
Wow, it's really moving.
Notice how the wave or energy travels through the spring, but the spring doesn't go anywhere. It just vibrates in place. It's like the dominoes that Matthew just set up. When he knocks over the first one, the energy will travel through, but the individual dominoes just move a little bit. Try it, Matthew.
Okay. Cool, now we know that sound gets softer as it travels away from a source.
When sound travels through a medium, the molecules vibrate in place, but don't really go anywhere.
What else do we know about sound?
Well, we know the medium affects how fast sound travels. We also know it influences how far sound goes.
But I thought we already talked about how sound died off in the distance when we were in that room with all the sponges.
Well, that's right. We discussed how sound gets softer with distance because the waves spread out.
Is that like when you throw a rock into a pond of water and the circles get bigger as they move away from the splash?
Exactly. But in addition to that, the medium affects how far sound travels by absorbing the sound energy. I have a friend over at NASA who specializes in acoustics. Her name is Dr. Christine Darden. You should go talk with her. She can help you to understand how the medium affects how far sound travels.
Maybe we can dial her up when we get back to the treehouse.
Thanks for all your help, Dr. D.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Computer, get us Dr. Christine Darden at NASA Langley Research Center.
Oh, hi kids. I'm Dr. Darden, an engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center. I've done sonic boom research here for many, many years.
What's a sonic boom?
Doesn't it have to do with the speed of airplanes?
Yes, it does. A sonic boom occurs when an airplane travels faster than the speed of sound. We do lots of sonic boom testing in this wind tunnel. In fact, the first models that we used were no larger than my fingernail. When an airplane travels through the air, it generates pressure waves that travel at the speed of sound in all directions. A plane flying at the speed of sound moves at the same speed as the disturbances, causing a shock wave to form. When the plane flies faster than the speed of sound, the shock wave forms a cone shape attached to the nose of the airplane. Air pressure just inside the cone is high, and air pressure ahead of the cone is normal. This shock wave or cone extends to the ground, perhaps 10 to 15 miles. The sonic boom is heard when the sudden change in pressure crosses your ear. Let me demonstrate for you with this balloon. The air pressure inside this balloon is higher than the air pressure outside the balloon. If I pop the balloon, a shock wave is generated much like a sonic boom.
Could there be very high frequency sound that people can't hear, but dogs can?
Absolutely, but remember that very high frequency sound can't come from far away.
Because high frequency sounds don't travel very far.
That's right.
Thanks, Dr. Darden.
You're welcome. Goodbye and good luck.
Well, we have already eliminated garbage trucks and sirens and most other loud noises.
The factory is still a possibility.
But people haven't complained yet, so it must be a very high frequency sound. And besides, very high frequency sounds can't travel very far, so it can't be the factory. So I guess our hypothesis of the factory is wrong. It's back to the drawing board.
Maybe we need to find something close to our houses or even inside our houses that make a high frequency noise.
Well, how are we supposed to do that? We can't even hear high frequency noises.
Remember those dog whistles? They are high frequency. Yes, let's check that out.
Let's check that out tomorrow.
Sounds good to me.
So what's up? Do you think dog whistles are the source of the problem? Are the dogs hearing a sound from inside their house, or could there be an outside source for this problem? Don't miss the final episode of the NASA Y-Files, The Case of the Barking Dog.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Well, that's it. I called the last pet store. Most of them said they haven't sold any dog whistles recently. And some of them said they never even carry dog whistles.
Great! This means we can cross off high-frequency sound as a hypothesis.
No, it means we can cross off dog whistles.
Have you figured out the answer yet? We could use your help.
This is really hard. We're never going to figure out why the dogs are barking, and I'm never going to get any sleep.
Okay, let's think. We've learned a lot, but we still don't know what the answer is.
It could be an inside noise, or let me think, a coffee grinder or blender?
Yeah, even my mom's blender makes a lot of noise.
No, I don't think it could be a coffee grinder or blender because they've been around for a long time.
This is so hard.
Remember what Dr. D says, never give up, because the answer could be right in front of us.
Really, all I see in front of me is Jacob.
Okay, you guys, knock it off. We need to get back to our need to know board.
We now know it's not dog whistles.
But it's strange because both dogs inside and outside are barking.
It still could be a high-frequency sound.
But high-frequency sounds don't travel very far.
We also know that sounds can travel through a solid, liquid, and a gas.
So we need to know which things make high-frequency sounds. Who should we ask?
Let's do an internet search.
More research?
Yes, but this research is fun.
Look at these animals that use high frequency.
Bats, dolphins, that's interesting.
Hey, we're learning about bats in school. Maybe we could go to a museum.
I think I'll stay here and look at this research.
I'll stay with you.
Okay, I'll get one of the other treehouse detectives to come with me.
You two look like you're looking for something. My name is Mrs. Chris Lewis. Can I help you?
Hi, I'm Matthew, and this is Catherine, and we're working on a problem.
It's a sound problem, and we really need to learn more about how high frequency travels.
I may be able to help you. Let me show you something that uses high-frequency sound. Let me introduce you to a big brown bat.
Wow. Does he bite?
No, you can touch him gently if you'd like.
Do bats use high-frequency sounds?
Sure. Bats hunt in the dark. They use high-frequency sounds and listen for the echoes in order to navigate and find food.
That's great. We heard that high frequency sounds don't travel very far. Is that true for bats?
Yes, that's true. Air absorbs sound, especially high-frequency sound. Some bats can hear things 60 feet away, but the average is only about 15 feet away.
In school, we just did an experiment on how fast sound travels. This sounds amazing, but does it really help the bats?
Oh, yes, it does. A bat can tell the speed and direction of a moving object, whether it's alive or not, even if it's hard or soft. In fact, in a perfectly dark room, very much like this, a bat can fly through without running into a moving wire that's as thin as a human hair. In fact, a big brown bat can catch up to 600 mosquitoes in 1 hour.
600 mosquitoes an hour?
Doesn't that seem incredible?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Lewis. That was so fun.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye.
Now we need to figure out how to tell which things are making high-frequency noises.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on.
How do we figure out what's making these high-frequency sounds?
Let's do an internet search and try to find a list of things that make high-frequency sounds.
Look up high frequency.
How do I do that?
Just type in high-frequency sound. That's pretty cool. Have you ever surfed the net?
Oh, look, here it is. Wow, what's an electronic dog repeller?
An electronic dog fight stopper. That sounds weird.
And a pest zapper?
A toothbrush? I didn't know toothbrushes had high-frequency sounds.
Those are electric ones.
Oh.
I wouldn't know much about that. I had to brush my teeth by hand.
What should we do with this?
Let's email all the people who responded to our first email. Let's ask them if they have any of these weird electronic devices.
That's a great idea. Let's get busy.
Hey guys, what are you doing today?
Oh, we're just playing around in your lab. Just kidding.
We have a list of things that make high-frequency noises.
But we're not sure if we're on the right track. We're hoping you could help us decide what we need to do next.
Let's review what we know.
We know that dogs can hear at very high frequencies, much higher than human beings can hear.
At the museum, the bat curator told us that high-frequency sounds don't travel very far.
High and low frequency sound travel is a really easy concept.
Do you have an experiment for us?
I certainly do. In fact, I could do a little show and tell. Would you like me to come to your class?
Yes, you can come to our class.
Oh, that would be great.
Boys and girls, this is Dr. D. He's brought something really special to share with us today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I already have an experiment set up. It's going to show you the difference between high and low frequency sounds.
Will we be able to see anything?
No, but you'll be able to hear it. This machine is going to produce sounds at different frequencies. I want you to raise your hand when you can't hear the sound anymore. This is going to give you an idea about high and low frequency sounds. Here we go. Oh, looks like we lost your teacher first. I can't hear it either. When you get older, you can't hear high-frequency sounds as well. Let's keep going. No one can hear it now. I bet your dogs can still hear it. Now we'll need some volunteers. I'll take you and you and you and you. I'm going to transmit a low-frequency sound to you. PJ's gonna put the phone book between the speaker and your ear a couple of times. Let's do it. What happened?
The sound wasn't as loud.
Now I'm gonna transmit a higher frequency sound. What happened this time?
It seemed like the sound was blocked off a lot more.
Let's try it again. Why don't you two switch places?
Okay.
Now, PJ, did both sounds get softer when Jacob put the phone book between the speaker and your ear?
Yes, but the high-frequency sounds seem to die off more.
Why do you think so?
I don't know. Maybe you put the book closer to my ear.
The book was the same distance both times. Remember, with the scientific method, we can only change one variable at a time. I changed the frequency, so I'm glad Jacob was careful to keep the book distance the same both times.
I think that low-frequency sounds travel better than high-frequency sounds.
Well, low-frequency sounds do bend around corners a lot easier than high-frequency sounds. That's why the lower frequency sound was a little clearer, because it bent around the phone book.
This is so cool.
This experiment taught us that high-frequency sounds don't bend around corners very easily.
Don't forget what we learned about the bats.
How could we forget? High-frequency bat calls don't travel very far.
What does all this mean?
Let's go back to our treehouse after school and think about it. It's too bad PJ couldn't make it to the treehouse. That sure was a great show and tell we had at school. It really made it clear to me that high-frequency sounds don't bend around corners easily. They only go in a straight line.
Let's get back to our need-to-know board.
We know that high-frequency sounds don't travel very far. We know that it's not a low-frequency sound because humans aren't complaining about it. We learned that from Miss Sullivan at NASA.
We also know that high-frequency sounds can come from inside the house. Remember our list?
We also need to know which neighborhoods are hearing barking and the item that is making the high-frequency sound.
Wow, look at all the emails we've received.
We better start separating them out.
I divided them into piles by subdivision.
Let's put them on a matrix board.
Oh, great, another matrix.
Hey, a matrix board can help you sort your information. It may look hard, but don't sweat it.
Okay. Let's get started.
On the matrix board across the top, we have the subdivisions. Midnight Growl, Cochlea Cascade, Sound Seaside, and the Southern Sleepless Division.
Now down the side, let's put the possible causes. Dog repellers, dog fight stoppers, pest zappers, and electronic toothbrushes. Also on the side, let's put the effects. Barking in the day and barking in the night.
Okay, in Midnight Growl, they still have dogs barking. And they have dog repellers and toothbrushes.
And in the Southern Sleepless Division, they have dogs barking and toothbrushes.
But on Sound Seaside, they have toothbrushes, but no dogs barking, so it can't be a toothbrush.
let's not jump to conclusions before we analyze the data. Analyzing the data could be a key to solving the problem.
In Cochlea Cascade, they have dogs barking, dog repellers, dog fight stoppers, pest zappers, and toothbrushes.
Interesting, but I still don't get it.
The list is too long. I wouldn't want to have to test all those items.
I'm a well-rested Ted Toon with a special report. Kids Science News Network has learned that bringing the barking dogs inside your house will only make the barking worse. Whatever is making the dogs bark is definitely inside the houses of the residents of the city. Not that I have to worry about it anymore. More after this.
Wow, if the people took their dogs inside and the barking got worse, then maybe the sound is coming from inside the house.
Yeah, but what about the dogs that are barking outside?
The dogs inside probably made the dogs outside start barking. You know, dogs respond to other dogs.
For a further report on the Gum Sonic product recall, we go live to KSNN on-the-scene reporter, I Am Listening.
Thanks, Ted. Gum Sonic issued a product recall.
Go ahead, I Am.
Ted, I already started.
Can she hear me?
Ted!
Oh, sorry, I Am. Please, go ahead.
As I was saying, Ted, Gum Sonic issued a product recall for defective Gum Sonic Turbo model electric toothbrushes just days ago. However, they have been unable to contact their best salesman, Mr. Big T. Mr. Big T is currently selling the toothbrushes during a week-long Gum Sonic door-to-door sales campaign. If you happen to see Mr. T, please call...
Thanks, I Am. That was reporter I Am Listening on the scene.
I wasn't finished.
We'll be back after
Ted!
a message from...
Oh, my mom bought one of those toothbrushes. Let's go to my house and check it out.
Okay.
I don't hear anything that annoying.
That's because it's very high frequency.
And this means the dogs can hear the frequency, but we can't because it's still too high.
Hey, look at Rocky.
It's okay, boy.
Did you see Rocky's reaction to the electric toothbrush?
And toothbrushes are on the list.
Do you think?
Do I think that tiny toothbrush could be the source of the problem?
Hey, it's a possibility. Remember on the Matrix board, every subdivision had toothbrushes.
But Sound Seaside doesn't have any dogs barking.
Well, maybe that subdivision didn't buy any toothbrushes from the salesman.
That must be it.
Hey, I think I see Mr. Big T outside.
Hey, let's go catch him.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what? What do you want?
Are you the faulty toothbrush salesman? I mean, are you selling the Gum Sonic Turbo model toothbrush?
Excuse me, young man. I sell only quality toothbrushes. There's absolutely no proof that they're faulty.
Did you see his teeth?
I can tell he's not using his toothbrush.
Okay, sir, but aren't you the salesman that sells toothbrushes door to door?
Yes, that's me. Best toothbrushes on the market. Can I interest you in one?
No, thank you. But you could tell us which subdivision you sold those toothbrushes to.
Let me get my list. Let me see. I sold them in Sleeping Subdivision, Midnight Growl, and Cochlea Cascade.
Did you sell any to Sound Seaside?
No, my competition beat me to the punch.
This could be it. Those 3 subdivisions are where most of the barking took place.
Let's go tell Dr. D. Bye.
Bye.
Wait, guys, wait. Don't you want to buy a Gum Sonic Turbo best toothbrush in town?
Well, I can't wait to tell Dr. D.
Dr. D, we have some really great news.
What's the news?
We figured out the problem of the dogs barking.
It's all because of this.
Listen to this. The toothbrushes were malfunctioning, so they are producing at the frequency that the dogs could hear.
We learned that high frequencies travel a short distance in a straight line.
When people were using the toothbrushes in the early morning or the late night, the sound was making the dogs bark.
We also learned that the noises coming from the dogs inside travel to the outside.
And this set off barking from the dogs outside.
This is great.
Again, we learned that the scientific method really works.
We identified the problem of the barking dogs.
Dog owners sent their observations by email. We learned that there were dogs barking early in the morning and late in the evening.
We learned through our research that dogs could hear sounds humans couldn't.
We gathered information from our experts, the web, and our emails.
All these things helped us eliminate possibilities.
We learned through our research and experimentation that it couldn't be the factory because high-frequency sounds don't bend around corners easily and couldn't make it across town.
So as we found out, our first hypothesis wasn't correct.
I like the way you questioned your first hypothesis.
We did more research and listened to KSNN and found out when the dogs were brought inside, it only made things worse.
So, with some smart thinking, we figured out it must be an inside sound.
We narrowed our search and looked at our data, and we found out that toothbrushes had to be the logical choice.
Of course, we did confirm it with Mr. T. We sure won't ever forget his face.
You used scientific method and did a great job.
What do we say?
All we can say is this.
The Treehouse Detectives solved yet another case.
Can't fix myself.
I got one strand that keeps on falling down the front.
Gotta keep the spike. Gotta keep the spike. Gotta keep the spike. That's right.
Signing off.
All right, all right.
Welcome. It is 5:03, May 12th, 2025, and this is the LaVergne Library Board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order, and I just did that. We do have a quorum. You have the minutes from March 10th in front of you. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We'll go on to our orders of business. The first one is something that I had planned to do when I was on the library board previously, and I didn't realize that there was term limits. So I had it all prepared, and then they're like, oh, no, you're not on it anymore. So I wanted to kind of bring this up and talk about, too, that the library board now is part of the history committee, or the history board is kind of merged into the library board now. So if you wanted to start thinking about anything that we might can do, any ideas, it's my understanding they did not have very many meetings, so I don't know that there's any minutes that we could look back on. But, you know, just kind of start thinking about it, if there's anything y'all want to do. But what this is, if y'all remember out here, the old log cabin that sat out there, this is a painting that I'd had done by a local artist, and I'll show it to the camera up here.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'll pass it down if you want to look at it. And then I made up this little plaque about it, and I'll read it. It says, the old log cabin, discovered around the year 2000 inside a residence off Stones River Road, the 20 by 15 structure was found within the kitchen area of a larger home. Owners of the building added rooms around the cabin over the years, and many residents who visited the home were not even aware of the original cabin. I sat in the house several times and talked to them and didn't have any idea that there was a log cabin inside it, former Mayor Mike Webb said. I'd say it's from at least the 1850s. The local Civil War buff Mark Sloan said, I've seen a map of it, a map from 1867, and it was on the land at that time. This cabin was moved to Bicentennial Park at LaVergne City Hall in May 2001. The cabin remained at this location until September 2021, when it was sold to a reclamation company in Shelbyville, Tennessee, and was carefully disassembled and preserved. The logs and stone are destined to live on as vintage furniture and fixtures around the region. This plaque and accompanied custom artwork by Penelope Jane, presented to the LaVergne Public Library by the then LaVergne Library Board, Glenn Green, Dennis Waldron, Bridget Cole, Gary Frazier, Kamisha Sadler, and Linda Steed, December 2021. So I'll let you see that, and we'll pass this down here.
Nice.
So she did a really good job. I actually have she did 3 of them, and I bought all 3 because I wanted a couple in my house.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty neat. So because, you know, Donna has that great history room over there. So, you know, she can put that in there if she wants to, and just kind of wanted to use it as a little thing that I didn't get to do, and to help kind of remind us that we are part of the history committee now. So we can, if you all have any ideas, feel free to email Donna something, and you know, we can add it to the agendas and get it going. Okay.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for donating that to the
Sure.
library.
Sure, absolutely. Next order of business, introduction of the Historical Committee under the umbrella of the Library Board. We just talked about that. Did you have anything to add to that?
No,
Okay.
you did great.
Next item is the library fire system replacement. Believe that's tomorrow, right?
Yes, yes.
Good. Yep, just the evacuation panel, and then everything will be brand new, so that's good. Library outdoor sign repair and software upgrade. Anything to add on that? I know it's working every time I go by and I see something new on it.
Right, the sign is up and it's working great. It's been interesting. When the sign was down, Tammy and I both would think, oh, we could put this on the sign. Oh, we could put this on the sign. And now it's been like, what are we going to put on the sign? But with summer reading coming up, we will have a lot of things to put up.
You can put all your
So right
programs,
now
yeah.
we are promoting our kickoff for summer reading.
Awesome.
But it's so nice to have it up and going again.
Yep, that is good. The curbside book return bin. I meant to mention it to you when I was over there last. I did see it. It looks great.
Thank you. It's working well. We have had many books put in. The first week that we had, I would see people pull up and they would look at it, and then they would park and bring it up to our old book drop. So one day when I was out there, I said, you can put them in here and we will take them out. We check it 3 or 4 times a day. And since then, a lot of use. And I think it's great, like at night or if it's raining, which has been doing a lot of. So we are very happy to have that.
That's awesome. Yep, that was a good buy. Next item. Did anybody have any questions on anything so far? Any remarks? Next item is the 2025-2026 library budget. The first reading of ordinance 2025-14 to adopt the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. That was at the last Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, and it did pass. There'll be one more reading for that at the June meeting?
Yes, at the June
Yep.
meeting.
Go
And
ahead.
you will see right after your agenda, I did put the revised budget there, the one that we talked about, the biggest line item, which I'm so excited about, is the employee education and training. We went from $300 to $1,250.
That's great.
And
That's awesome. Yep.
it's like the universe knew that we had a little bit of money, so I've been getting all of these advertisements from ALA and different e-learning saying, would your staff like to do this? This is a great training for your staff, which has been fun. It's been great to look at. So I'm looking forward to getting each and every one of our staff something to do to get a certificate. One really neat thing that came about, which I can just see 3 of mine wanting to jump on, is e-learning through ALA is offering sign language. And we have a lot of signing people who come into the library. And so I think that would be wonderful. They have 3 courses. The first one is a basic, and then it goes up a little bit higher and a little bit higher. And so I'm going to see who would be interested in that and see if we can get our education started. Any
Great.
questions on the budget? Everything else is the same that we talked about?
No questions. I'm just really excited that people are continuing their education.
Yes.
And growing. That is paramount, especially in the library with technology moving so fast.
Absolutely.
I am so happy that that's the way that is. So that is awesome.
And there's a lot of tech classes that we can take through MTAS. And I know Glenn has found some things for us to kind of help them keep up. Glenn has even offered like Excel, Access, different things for them to take. So we're excited about that. And anything free that we can do, we'll be happy to do. But we're very willing and can pay for things now.
Awesome.
Anything else on that one? We'll go to FYI and updates. We've got the library report that was presented at the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, and the paper dumpster issue resolved. The dumpster was removed. That would resolve it.
That'll fix it.
It just became terrible. We would clean it out, and I even tried to put paper only on there, and then the next day I would come and there were garbage bags and there were tires and all sorts of things, and that kept on for a couple of weeks after we had talked about it. So I talked with Felicia, and she said, let me just call them, and the dumpster people even had said they were going to reach out to us because of course, they couldn't take that. And so they removed it. In fact, I came to work one day and it was gone. So, problem solved. And it's sad because a lot of the patrons did bring a lot of their papers to dump in there, a lot of newspapers. We could take cardboard, so sadly, we're not doing that anymore, but we don't have a dump right there.
You could possibly ask Felicia if you could get like just a container, because, you know, we have the shredded company that
Right.
does the stuff that's locked in the containers, but they might take just, you know, you wouldn't have to lock it in the container. It could just be a garbage container. They might make a stop there and pick it up like they do the other ones.
That's a possibility.
At least people could bring newspapers and things like
Right.
that. They obviously, I don't know if bring cardboard, that might be too much, but, you know, it's something she could ask about.
Sure, that's a great idea.
Are you having that same trouble with the regular dumpster?
We do, but it's manageable because it's not paper that's in there and they're not dumping on top of that. But yes, we have had car parts, and like I showed you before, we've had the sofa put up on top.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And
yes, that's what I even ask.
we've had tires, all sorts of things in there
Yeah.
that were not library trash.
Well, problem solved on that one. Did you want to go over to the library report or anything?
Sure, I'd just like to hold it up and let you all see. This is the report that I gave to BOMA. We do give our numbers each month, but I have found that the public and BOMA enjoy seeing the different things that we're doing. So I try to highlight a little something each month. Of course, the library board's up there because we do welcome public to come to the library board to listen. And then, of course, our closure on Memorial Day and the Saturday before. And then we highlighted our summer reading and our kickoff. And then I always include the month's calendar that has been shrunk a little bit. So we have May's program dates and then children's library events. Our story times, our last story time was May 8th, so that we can start preparing for summer reading. And it was a lot of fun, these last couple of story times. This last one, for their craft, they potted a plant for their mother, or their grandmother, or their daddy.
Nice.
So it was a lot of fun.
Great.
Any questions on the programs?
I'm just
Okay.
thankful for all the things that you offer. It's amazing.
Yes. All right. Library closures. Do you want to go over those? Do you want me to go over those?
I'll just run over them
All right.
really quick. If you see RDO, that's regular day off. Because all city offices, except of course fire and first responders, get a weekend when we have a holiday, we have chosen to take an RDO, a regular day off, so we're all off that day. So we will be off on Saturday the 24th and Monday the 26th, and that way it will give our staff a 3-day weekend, and that's for Memorial Day. Thursday, June 19th, we will be closed for Juneteenth. And please stop by the week before Juneteenth and a little bit after. We're going to have a fabulous display that a couple of our staff members are working on, and we're going to have some giveaways. We have some really nice handheld fans with Juneteenth and the meaning of Juneteenth on it. Friday, July 4th is Independence Day. That's a holiday and we're closed, and so we are taking Saturday, July 5th as an RDO for staff.
Oh, okay. Schools visit the library.
Okay. Today, it was a great day. This was the second annual time that Dr. Jackson from Roy Waldron School brought her staff over to our meeting room for an away from campus in-service. They said it feels so homey and welcoming, and they feel like they get a lot accomplished because they're not in the school where they're thinking, oh, I need to run down to my room real quick, or, oh, I should be doing this. This way they get to focus on whatever subject they're training on. And so, of course, this was year 2, and we were very pleased to have them, and Dr. Jackson was very happy to be there. Wednesday, May 14th, we have LaVergne Lake Elementary. The ESL teachers will host a family library night. I think this is about the 3rd time that they have done this. The translators from their school will be there to be available to assist parents with applying for a library card for themselves and the children. And that's always a fun night. And staff was there to help show them around and introduce them to the story time room and to the children's room. So the whole school was a little bit jealous, so they called me, and on Wednesday, the following Wednesday, May 21st, LaVergne Lake Elementary School will host a family library night for all students and their families to visit. So we are excited about those 2 Wednesdays. We'll be able to give away our summer reading schedule and talk about summer reading and talk about the importance to the family to keep those children reading throughout the summer.
That last one is fantastic. I mean, that'll get some, that may not even know about
Absolutely.
the library and get them involved in it and everything. So that's just great.
Trying to think, last year at the ESL one, we had like 80 some odd people apply for library cards, because if you get your child one, a parent needs to have one. And so we were getting parents' cards, and then we were getting children's cards. So it's a great way to get those families in there. And so many of them will say, I did not know this was a library. So it's a good way to get the word out.
Yep. All right, the next item is 2025 Summer Reading Kickoff, Color Our World.
Color Our World. We are so excited about Color Our World. The kickoff will be Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. People will come in, sign up for a library card, sign up for summer reading. If they need to sign up for a library card, they can. They'll receive a book bag. We'll have outside activities, weather permitting. We'll be blowing bubbles, sidewalk chalk drawing, face painting. We will have our 2 beautiful mermaids there again, and much, much more. It's a really fun day. But it is not the only day. If you can't make it on Saturday, you can come in any time during our summer reading, which is May 31st through July 19th. Sign up and get your reading bag and jump on in. And do you want me to just keep going, Glenn?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to go down, then we're going to look a little bit in the schedule. So Color Our World 2025 is, of course, May 31st through July 19th. It's for all ages, birth to 99 plus. We have had 98-year-olds who have signed up. I think that's the oldest so far. So if you know someone 99 or 100, tell them about our program. You read or listen to books to earn prizes. You attend fabulous programs. And you reach your summer reading goal to be invited to a finale party. Usually our finale party is a skate party at Smyrna West, which is always fun, but it's always on a Friday. Not all the family gets to come. It's just the small group of family. So this time we decided to do it on a Saturday, and we decided to do something really different. And thanks to our city attorneys who have helped make this happen, we're going to do a foam teen party. If you do not know what foam party is, Google it. Look at some of the pictures. This will be July 19th from 1:30 to 3:30. Be sure to wear play clothes or clothes you don't mind getting wet, and water shoes to come play in the foam. It's a great way to end summer reading. With the foam team party, when I was talking to Mr. Wakefield, who is the owner of this business, he said, Donna, would you like 1 cannon or 2 cannons? And I said, Mr. Wakefield, what do the cannons do? And he said, it will blast out the foam. They have a solution. He says it does not burn eyes. It's like baby shampoo. It's very sensitive. Kids with sensitive skin, they have never had a problem with it. But they'll start out by laying a layer of foam, and then the kids can get in, and then they will keep layering according to the age and size of the children. So the little bitty ones may have foam about this high, but the great big ones, if they want it, may have foam about this size. He gives them shovels, pool noodles, and buckets, and they get to have fun in this foam. It's easy to clean up. It dissipates. He said then they just spray it down, and off you go. So it should be something really fun. But please do Google foam parties, or especially foam team parties, because that's the group that we're using.
Where are you having, where is it going to be?
Well, that's the question of the year.
Oh, okay.
I have these great ideas, and in my mind, I think this place would be great. And then when I walk out there, I'm thinking it's not so great. So David Wakefield is going to come over, and we're going to walk around just to see where would be a great place. He says it's better on concrete or asphalt, but grass is very doable. So I was thinking backyard, but as we were back there, it kind of slopes. And it's not very huge. He says 1 cannon needs 100 by 100 feet space. I'm thinking about over by the gazebo, in the middle, behind SIB. But we need to have a water supply and electricity. So David assures me, no worry, that is not a foam stopper, that he will come by and we will walk around and see where we can find.
I wonder, would you want to do it on the football field or something in the park, or do you want?
Well, the park is also going to have one. I think they're going to have a after-school event. Katie, am I correct on that?
As
June
far as I understand,
2nd?
Yeah, there will be one there will be another foam party in LaVergne in short time. So you'll have 2 opportunities to foam party this summer.
Gotcha.
But they were very nice to not put a foam party before ours, to let us kind of be the heroes of the first foam party. But then they're also going to have one, and the kids will know what it's all about and be excited. So we need to find some place close to the library. So I'm going to go on a field trip around and see what I can find.
Okay.
So I would love to do the parking lot, but where will the people park?
Right. You'll find a place.
We will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have all faith we will find a place.
That sounds great. I've never heard of that before, so I'm going to look that up.
And before we move on, just very quickly, you have the schedule. This is what we're going to be giving out to everyone who comes into the library. It is the schedule of events, and it is color-coded. Events that are red are for 18 and above. Events yellow are 12 to 17. Events green are for ages 8 to 12. Events on pink are for babies. And events on blue are for all ages. And if you notice, we have a lot of blue. We wanted to make sure this was a family event, a family summer reading. But we wanted the teens to also have a little bit of teen time. And then the adults, they're going to get their time in there also. And the babies is on Thursdays, and Sherry will do a books and baby story time, which is always so much fun. So we have a lot going on. We have some new people this year. On June the 9th, we have Miss Calliope, Color and Sounds, Music Abounds. She plays instruments, she sings, she gets the children involved. This is the very first time we've had her, and I look forward to that. Becky is still doing family craft night on Tuesdays, and June 10th would be Play with Newton's Colors. And they're going to make color wheels and talk about all of the different color wheels that I don't truly understand, but she was very excited about it. Becky was a teacher, so she is all into that. June the 11th is for ages 8 to 12. This is also something new and different, and this does require registration so that we'll know how many are coming. It's Who Speaks for Earth, Nature Songwriting. So they're going to come in, she's going to play a few songs that she has published, and then they get to help her write a song. And so we're really excited about that. International Folk Fest again. That's going to be on June the 12th. We need to really get this out to our senior center also because they enjoy coming. It's Puerto Rico this year, so it should be a great time. The teens are doing a Sharpie tie-dye. Kayla is doing a Just Draw class again this year. And we have a citizen and a patron from the city of LaVergne. He loves to make masks. He used to do it with his young son, and it is Chuck Isbell. And Chuck has been saving up ever since Halloween all of these materials to help build masks. He had on like a Star Wars mask that he had made. I think he had made his son a Spider-Man or something. So there's a lot of fun things. And so we're going to have Chuck in there. And I'm so happy to have our patrons to volunteer and say, I'll be happy to do this.
Yeah.
So that's a wonderful thing. And it's imagination masking making. So just a couple more and then I will be quiet. Let's see, Creekside Saturday. That is sponsored by our Stormwater. And Alex is wonderful with the children. What we do is we all gather in the storytime room. I'll read a book that we have on rain and what rain does. And then we all go outside and sit on quilts. And Alex gets down in our creek. And she finds all sorts of little critters. So it's always a fun time. And then after that, we have water play. We get out the human car wash, and they get to go through the car wash and play with the sprinklers. And so it's a fun day, and we always hit it on a good hot day. We have some of our old-time favorites, Bruce Amato, the magician, Jason McMurrian, he was a patron and has become a magician. Dungeons and Dragons are still going on. Didgeridoo Down Under. Does anyone know what a didgeridoo is?
I do.
And I cannot ever say it correctly 2 times in a row. He is going to come and play a very authentic didgeridoo for us and also have some percussion instruments, and he gets the whole room involved.
Oh, wow.
So that should be a very nice, quiet library event. Right? No, it's going to be fun, a lot of fun. Oh, just all sorts of things going on. And our duck race, we partner with Parks and Rec, and the guys will not let me not have a duck race because they enjoy it as much as the children do. And it'll be a lot of fun. Okay, do you have any questions over any of it?
Does that say teen bad art?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm not real sure. I did not come up with that one. Marta and Danny did.
Oh.
I am assuming that it's something like what we used to do long ago, where you would take Barbies or different dolls and you would take their head off and then you would put Legos on, or the kind of like Toy Story, have the fishing rod on it or something. I'm not real sure what they're doing, but I may stay in my office on that day.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff.
Anything else?
I don't think you've ever had. Have you ever had this many?
We have had this many, but it's been a lot of repeats of the same program. Last year was the most we ever had, but it was like 2 or 3 different Dungeons and Dragons, 2 or 3 different other things. This is the first time we've had them spread out really nice. And if we do have 2 things on one day, one's in the morning, one's in the afternoon. We're not overlapping. So I think this year is going to be great as far as logistics.
Yep, that's good stuff.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything on that? Okay. All right, we will move to the 2025 Library Board schedule. Next meeting is going to be on July 14th. Then after that, it'll be September 8th, and then November 10th. And then we're up to Library Board comments. Just open it up, and do you have anything you'd like to say to Miss Donna? Or sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I've kind of noticed a little theme here tonight of accessibility. You talked about some of your staff members potentially wanting to learn American Sign Language and then the ESL programs, and I just wanted to say that it's obvious that it demonstrates the commitment of the library to accessibility for all of our residents, and I think that's fantastic.
Thank you. We are purposefully trying. We feel like that we're diverse and accessible, but when you really look at it, not really. So we're really trying, and I just think it makes everyone feel better about coming to the library. So thank you, Leslie, for saying that.
That's great.
Even the finale party is accessible, so not everyone can skate, but everyone can play in foam. So there is no fear of anyone missing out.
Absolutely.
So,
even people in wheelchairs.
Yes.
And that's wonderful. We want to make it where everyone can have a good time.
So very well done.
Fantastic.
As always.
Thank you.
I've actually seen a foam party before, and my sister lives in Atlanta, and so they have stuff like that all the time, and it is something to behold. That is thinking out of the side of the box. So when you said it, my eyes said, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Wonderful. And I want to throw in there, the first time that I even knew anything about a foam party, 2 of my grandchildren went to St. Rose Catholic School, and they had field day, and Carrie said, "Mom, you need to come out and watch the foam." Okay. So I come out, and they are having the best time. My son-in-law always says, "I want to help chaperone this particular group." And then you see nuns playing in the foam, and they are having the best time
It's
ever.
a blast.
So I thought, ooh, one day we need to do that.
Nice.
It's great.
Yeah, I'd also like to say that I really appreciate the diversity and the audience reaching out in terms of age group, because now that I'm getting a little older, I'm realizing the fact that I'm out of the 18 bracket, but it's nice to know that's still stuff for us to do. So
yes.
I appreciate that.
Good. There are a lot of things, and even during the family events, even if you're single and you want to come and you're above 18, this is what this is all about. The animals show, if you have never seen Bob Tarter with the animals, it's amazing, and he brings out the big snake, and everyone scatters, but it's great. But thank you, Renee.
All right. If there's nothing else, we will go ahead and call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you all very much.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is May the 19th, 2025. I want to welcome everyone back. It's been a while. We do have a quorum, and I'll call this meeting to order. The first order of business is to get a motion and a second for the approval of our last meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
I'll second. Got a motion by Miss Mary and a second by Chuck. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, I guess we'll start this meeting off with something new that Parks and Rec has come up with. The big wave. Is that Kathy?
It is.
All right, Kathy, tell us about the big wave. Is that like this? Or what?
We are going to partner with the fire department. So the big wave is they're going to shoot water out of fire hoses onto the kids in the back parking lot at Pavilion B. It's scheduled for June 2nd from noon to 1:30, and we'll be giving away popsicles. So it's just kind of an outdoor water day for the kids after school gets out.
Would they be allowed to drink from the hose?
I wouldn't, but but yeah, so it'll be fun. There's a hydrant in the back, so we put it at Pavilion B.
Has Andrew checked? What is that thing my dad used to swear by? The Farmer's Almanac for the weather for that day?
We haven't, but that'll add more water to us if it's a big wave day.
Yep. As long as it's not lightning.
Hey, that's an event, rain or shine there.
Yeah, as long as it's not lightning.
As long as there's no lightning, we can have it.
So we need to, is that on the thing you put on Facebook, rain or shine, depending?
I don't know if we put rain or shine on it specifically. We usually update it as we go, but it is rain or shine as long as there's no lightning or thunder. So.
All right. I mean, you said it's the fire department come out with hoses and spray what?
They're going to hook up to the fire hydrant in the back of the park, and they're just going to shoot the fire hoses, the water up and come down, and it's going to rain on the kids. It's like a big sprinkler for the kids out in the back parking lot.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was some kind of slide or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of communities and schools that do this, so we just wanted to provide it to the community here.
Yep.
So it's going to be at Pavilion B.
Correct, because that is where the fire hydrant's located.
Are they going to be in the grass or out on the asphalt?
They're going to be on the asphalt.
On the asphalt, where to be good and warm.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm looking forward to that. I hope we can get the word out and get a bunch of kids to come out. And are the adults invited? Adults
are actually required to be there. It's adult supervision required for the kids. If an adult wants to get in the water, they're more than welcome. But they do have to stay. A child cannot participate without an adult.
Can they not be go through the school to advertise it?
This one we are not going through the school, only because school will be out right before. So pretty much Facebook. We've got flyers out at the library, and Miss Donna's going to hand them out after her reading programs as well. So we're trying to hit all the LaVergne. We've got flyers out, I believe, at the new Public Works building as well, because it has foot traffic.
Nice. The more advertisement, the better. Any more questions or comments? All right. We will move on to Learning Made Fun, Back to the Basics, Auto Mechanics Workshop. And while we're on that topic, how did the handyman stuff, how did it go?
It went good. It was fun. We had, gosh, I can't remember now, maybe 18 children show up. It was a lot of fun. We had Bobby, John, and Jeffrey helped teach the Build a Bird Feeder class. And you had families participating together, and then they got to take their bird feeder, and we gave them some little bird seeds to take home.
Oh, that's right, the birdhouse thing. That's what it was called.
Yeah. So it was a good time.
So tell us about the auto mechanics.
All right, so we are going to partner with Public Works on this one. It's ages 15 and up. Starts at 6 o'clock at the multipurpose building. Right now I have 7 registered. We're going to cut it off at 25. LaVergne residents do have priority. It is a free clinic for a refresher or learning course in basic tire pressure, check your tire pressure, jumping a battery, checking your headlights, anything basic maintenance, just in case anything happens while you're on the road, you're prepared.
That's on a
Changing a tire. Huh?
On a Friday?
It is a Friday at 6 o'clock, correct?
I may need to do that.
Is that something you need to attend, Felicia?
I think I might need to. My son would appreciate it.
I'm going to tell you, I grew up, me and a gentleman was talking about it today, you know, I grew up with the common sense aspect of building a birdhouse or doing maintenance on a vehicle, and a lot of kids nowadays are extremely smart, educational wise. But if we can get some people out there, I'm sure their mom and dad would actually approve it, especially if you're going to change them how to, or teach them how to change a flat tire.
I don't know. I saw some kids at Mabco one time, and they were taking the lug nuts off the hood cap that were built onto it, and I had to show them how to do it.
Well, that's what I mean. But look, what you might have made a difference from there on out.
Well, if I didn't, they'd have killed somebody.
And I know with Kevin there, him being in the grass cutting business, how important it is to be able to at least do a little bit of basic stuff.
Right, just a little stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like the idea.
I couldn't
It's
get
a good
my
idea.
driver's license until I learned how to, the mechanics of the cars.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I guess word of mouth, social media is about the only way to get this out there. You can't go to schools and
No. Right, we can. And again, we've got the flyers at Library, Public Works. I believe they're here at City Hall already up as well. So, and social media. And this is, since we limited it to 25, we are pretty much advertising in the LaVergne groups only for this one right now.
All right, anybody got any more questions or comments?
Sounds good to me.
Summer movie nights.
All right, so we've got 3 movies scheduled for this summer. We've bought a screen to put in the multipurpose building. That way we're not having to worry about weather canceling us at the last minute at the park. Our first movie is June 13th. It is Encanto. Starts at 6 o'clock. Gates open, or doors open at 5:30.
What's the name of it?
It's Encanto, children's movie.
Spell it.
Encanto.
Is that a dog movie?
No, it is not.
Big kid, baby.
Okay.
Kevin been watching it with his grandkids.
Yeah, you like it.
Our second movie is scheduled for July 8th. It's Paddington in Peru.
I know that one.
Now, I know what that one is.
And our third movie is August 8th, but we've not chosen that movie yet. All movies are at 6 o'clock, doors open at 5:30. Low-profile camp chairs and blankets are allowed, and we're giving away free popcorn and waters.
Nice. What, I don't want to bring up a sore subject, Andrew. Whatever happened to our big screen blow up?
We still have it. Yeah, the hardest part, we're still using the all the sound equipment and projectors with the movie screen there and the multi-purpose, but we still have the big screen for the football field.
That wind is terrible.
The wind's what gets us, yeah. So that's why we decided to move it inside this year, because we didn't want to have cancellations, and we usually have somewhere between 50 to 75 kids that come out to watch the movie, so the multi-purpose holds up to 200. So we feel like we should be able to fit them in this year.
And if it's real hot during those dates, we have
air conditioning, yep. And the restrooms are located right there, so.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's very friendly to the community coming in and watching the movie.
Free popcorn and water. I like that. Any questions or comments? All right, I guess we'll move on to Independence Day celebration. What day is Independence Day on this year?
It will be on July 4th. 6 o'clock, gates open at 5:30.
Friday.
Ray Raddick Band is the band that's performing this year.
Who?
Ray Raddick Band. RAERADICK.
We had them before?
We have not. They do tour here locally in Nashville. They have 4 singers in their group. And we have 18 vendors right now registered as far as food vendors and a toy vendor for the event.
What type of music do they sing?
They're a cover band. They do 80s, they do some country, they do a few different genres. They have 4 singers, so they're able to pretty much do different types of music instead of just the one twang or whatever.
Have you ever heard them sing?
We watched their videos before we reached out to them.
That's why I was going to ask you, spell it for me one more time so I can Google it.
RAERADICK. They have a female lead singer, but it does have 4 singers. And there's a few of the videos that has a male singer as well that you can hear. So they're pretty good.
And they'll start at 6
They
to
start
8.
at 6, and they'll play all the way until about 8:30, 8:45 until the fireworks start.
What day is July 4th though?
It's a Friday.
Everything on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Good Friday.
That's right.
Yeah?
Friday. Birthday on Friday.
So you think you'll get more food vendors or more?
I probably will, because you usually get the bulk of your vendors register at the last minute. We've already got 18 registered. But 4th of July is our biggest foot traffic event. So we want to make sure we have enough to accommodate everybody.
You think we'll ever have another beer garden?
I don't know. That I don't know. With the beer vendor we had, they never sold enough to make it worth coming out with all the fees and inventory. And the beer garden was pretty much a tack on with the beer vendor.
And if I remember correctly, Mother Nature wasn't very kind either.
It was not. There were a few years there in a row that.
There's an opportunity for you, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, like she said, I did check into it, but man, there's a bunch of fees that goes along with that. All right, any questions about July 4th? All right, this is the one I've been waiting on. Andrew will take this one, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. So
Soccer.
I know we've been working on soccer probably for 2 or 3 years now, and this fall we're having soccer in LaVergne. The North Rutherford YMCA there in and Smyrna and St. Ridley is moving their soccer operation over to Veterans Park, And this fall, they're going to be using the back baseball fields and the outfields to host kids. The age ranges that they serve right now is currently comprised of 3-year-olds through 8-year-olds. However, a 9-year-old can play if their birthday occurs during the season. The registration for the fall season begins June 17th this year, and you can sign up on the YMCA website, North Rutherford YMCA website, or at the North Rutherford YMCA there on Sam Ridley. And their registration fees will be, depending on if you're a Y member or not, between $75 and $97 for the season. The season lasts August to October. I know they're excited coming over here because they get an opportunity to grow. They're currently just using the grass area behind their facility now. So by letting them use 4 fields, they have an opportunity to grow, plus possibly future expansion to more age brackets.
I'll let you all start. I got a bunch of questions, so I won't bore you with mine.
So what was the age one more time?
Right now it's 3 through 8.
3 through 8.
Yep, but unless a kid turns 9 during the season.
Right.
So basically 3 through 9 roughly.
Do they plan to expand it?
If it goes well, that's depending. Right now it is a use agreement just for the fall season, but they said if it goes well, they fully intend to fully move their operations here permanently.
Does the city have any responsibility or anything we have to do?
The only thing, we maintain the ball fields now, so we're still maintaining those. They come out initially and line the fields how they want it to their specs, depending on each age bracket. And then from there, they provide the paint this year, so our staff will paint the fields.
You got any questions?
I think it's great. Soccer's finally coming back to LaVergne. My daughter played with the YMCA when they had it at Fergus Park, so, and that was with no bathrooms, no nothing, so.
I remember that.
It was still pretty busy over there, so. I think it's great.
Currently, I believe this past season, they had 12 teams, and it just depends on the ages, but they said that depending, they would use 2 to 4 fields on a Saturday. Usually, I think the way they work right now, they practice during the week, and then they have games on Saturday mornings for the kids.
I'll mark that question off.
All right.
And you said 75 to 97, depending on.
75 to 97, and that depends on if if your family's a Y member. They said currently participants in the league that they have now, about 70% is not Y members. So, and it's open to any kid in the community, surrounding areas. It's not just for Y members only.
That's an odd amount.
That's what I thought, 97. That just seems odd.
And they did not raise their prices. That was the spring prices, and they had talked about a possible price increase, but they did not.
So I can bring my granddaughter down and play, Steve.
As long as you ain't coaching.
Yeah.
We don't need you out there.
I'm going to be the assistant. I'm going to be around.
So some of my questions, and I'll follow a little bit up with what Chuck asked. So they're going to start 3 to 8, possibly 9, depending on your birthday cutoff.
Yes.
And so that will be like a trial basis if it blossoms.
As of right now, I believe our fields would only be able to hold up to possibly a 10-year-old playing at Veterans Park. If they were to go older than that, they would have to also use their YMCA site there on Sam Ridley to host the older kids to play out in the field behind the facility. So if it was to ever expand to veterans, it'd probably be only to 10 years old, I would assume.
Okay, so you said they're using the backfields
Yes,
by Pavilion B.
that's correct.
So if those will accommodate a 8 or 9, you don't think the front fields, because they're bigger, would accommodate an older age group?
They're, all 8 fields at veterans are the same size.
I thought one was 170 and the other ones were 200.
No, they're all 200-foot fences.
Really?
Yep. Now, we can change the bases. You might be thinking about that.
No, I've been playing up there and coaching for
Yeah,
25
but all
years.
the-
I didn't know that.
All the fences are 200-foot fences on both complexes.
So what, I know y'all have talked about it. We haven't talked about it, but what's your plans for the front 4 fields?
Currently, in the spring, we've had a homeschool league, Legacy Homeschool Resource Center, that they've been practicing and using the facility for their home softball games, and they've been hosting games there at Veterans Park on fields 3 and 4. They've also been using the field for some boys baseball practice currently, so I would expect them to want to come back again in the spring. Also, I know there's been some interest as far as renting the fields also.
What about once soccer starts, will they be using the concession stand?
As of right now, they don't use the concession stand, and they pretty much just focus on the aspect of recreational soccer. They do have an attendant from the Y at each event that unlocks the facility, the bathrooms, the gates, and they stay on site the entire time. But as of right now, they said that they don't want to focus on concessions at the moment.
It'd be a good place for somebody to come and set up something.
A beer garden.
Yeah, a beer garden. Yeah, well, I'm excited, Andrew. When do you, the sign-ups will start June
the
17th?
registration starts June 17th.
Will they do that up there or through the Y?
That'll be through the Y. And all their coaches are background checked.
Is this something that we can actually, as collectively, as a group, start talking about?
Yes.
It's a done deal.
Yep. BOMA's signed off on the paperwork or voted on the contract. It was approved at the last board meeting. And it's been sent to the Y, and they're going to start advertising it.
And I'm assuming the kids that are members of the Y will already have a T-shirt and stuff, and if you're not a member, they'll have to order you one.
Yes.
For $97. 95 or 100? No, 97.
Well, you don't want to pay 100.
Sounds bad, don't it?
It's like $19.99.
Yeah.
It's not 20.
That's great, Andrew. I know you and David has been working on that for a long time, and I think it's, as Felicia said, it's.
I think it'll be a good foundation to start out with. They're organized now. People respect the Y. They know it's a good organization. I think that'll definitely help bring out people too. So I think, like I said, it'll be a good groundwork to start out with.
Good stuff. Any more questions or comments?
Not on the soccer, but are they gonna have baseball, softball this summer?
This year, we haven't put out a RFP, so we did not have spring ball.
Let me ask you a question. If we got an open field, can any individual just come out and, I guess, rent it?
Yes, we are in the process of, once BOMA passes the new budget, the fee schedule will be updated, so then the community can rent the fields.
Okay. Yeah, because my boys want to do, like, some football training. Can they use the field for that?
You can rent the football field also, and then there's also, even if they're not right, if they want to do it right now, right there at the front island near the Veterans Wall, it's lighted at night and it's pretty flat. A lot of kids come out and practice football and soccer now, so if that's something, that is something. After July 1st, we're going to start renting out the fields once BOMA passes all the fee schedule.
So I will throw you under the bus, Andrew.
All right.
So what's new?
I don't do it often.
I don't do it often.
But I want it to be on camera.
Yeah.
What seems to be the big hiccup with the opening of the restrooms up there?
The restrooms, We do open them during the day, and on the weekends when our staff is there. There's been a extreme amount of vandalism that has continued day in and day out. If we had been leaving the bathrooms open for rentals on the weekend at night because our staff goes home at 5, then they'd get vandalized. We've had a lot of graffiti. A urinal was broken off the wall. Somebody kicked it and broke it. Just a lot of profanity and things that you don't want your younger children especially to see. So that's the reason why those bathrooms are being locked up in the evening time. And even on the outside of the facility, we've had a lot of vandalism. We've had a window broken last week. Somebody climbed up on top of the roof, broke the window out. And so there's a lot of instances that we're trying to help stop as much as possible. And there's a lot of other activities, drugs.
People sleeping there.
People sleeping there, doing things with each other in the bathrooms.
Oh, it's quite the lively spot.
It's it's not. We're trying to curb some of that activity, and that's the reason. But they are open from when our staff is at the facility.
Have we asked the police to step their presence up there?
They do cruise through on a regular basis. A lot of times the kids hide behind the building, and then when the police leave, they come out and do what they're going to do. And it's unfortunate. I'd love, and of course, if you want to take your children to the park or even yourself, you definitely want a restroom facility. But the cost that we are incurring due to vandalism is rather high right now.
And the citizens that are watching this later should understand that there's no feasible way that our Parks Department has a budget to put somebody up there full time the whole time. And to add to that, the old saying about if you see something, say something. If you see weird stuff going on, please don't hesitate to call the non-emergency number for the police, because it is it's a community challenge, and it's a community. It takes a village, more or less, to help do with that. But I just wanted to let people know and hear it from the parks mouth that it's not because we're just.
Yeah, it's certainly not because we're just not unlocking them. We have them open when staff's there, but I want to provide you the best quality product I can, and I can't do that if I'm continually getting to the point that the profanity and vandalism is more than we can take care of and do our normal job duties.
All right, looks like our next meeting will be July the 21st at 5 o'clock right here. So between now and then, we will have done the big wave, the mechanic things, the summer movie night, Independence Day. So Chuck, we'll expect you to bring your lady friend out for the big wave and get wet. She'll enjoy that.
Maybe.
We'll expect you to take her to the auto mechanic workshop. God knows she needs to learn that. So
she won't be here for 4th of July though. So
well, we'll somehow try to. Can we just cancel it?
Just cancel it all off.
Just cancel it all off. All right, we'll start with Miss Felicia. You got any comments?
No, I think it's great that soccer's coming. And it is sad that we have to keep the bathrooms closed, but
Yeah.
I totally understand why.
Miss Mary Jane?
I'm with Alicia because every once in a while I'll go out there, ride around in the park. And I said, I'm surprised I hadn't got arrested for vagrancy sometimes.
Everybody knows you.
Mr. Oliver? Got any comments?
No, I want to. Well, maybe we'll talk about it after this. I wanted to see what's going on in the Cedar Grove part of what's the name of the school? Right next
Lake Elementary out there?
across from the high school.
Yeah.
Oh, Cedar Grove.
Cedar Grove.
Is that Smyrna or LaVergne?
Well,
That's a good, That's a good question.
So
On the line.
Flip a coin.
half of LaVergne's football field is Smyrna and half is LaVergne, and then Cedar Grove is the same thing because they have students from LaVergne and from Smyrna. It's my understanding back in, and Felicia can correct me, 1972, when,
I was a little bit too young then to remember.
well, no, but you know the stories.
You know the story.
Apparently, when LaVergne became incorporated and all of LaVergne High School went to Smyrna, and then when Smyrna split off, and then it became LaVergne and Smyrna, then they built Cedar Grove. They built it on the line also. So the answer to your question is yes and no.
It depends.
As far as getting the basketball gym, if that's where you're going, Smyrna's got that wrapped up.
Well, I was just trying to get the outside part and fixed up. The outside goes and the the outside area.
I'll tell you who you
it's
need
a nice little area right there.
You kind of got an inside connection on that. You talk with your wife, Miss Oliver, and have her to talk to the school board members.
Yeah, but she was saying it's Smyrna. She was.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's county.
It's
It's not a city school. It's a county school.
County school.
So your school board members over in that area, I don't know if that would be Phil Wilson, maybe. No,
You know?
I'm not sure.
I don't have
But it
school
is,
kids.
it's the school
it's
board.
definitely county school board.
Okay.
I don't know if it would be. I know it ain't your wife. I know it's not Laura Davison. I know it's not Carl Boyd. If any of the four that we have, it would be Phil Wilson. But I'm not sure about that either. So you might have to check into that. But yeah, that's all the schools are counties except for Murfreesboro City Schools.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
I'll figure out who to talk to because the kids could use that. They won't be around all these other kids out there, in the way. Now I can practice with them out there and without all the commotion and all the, all that hoopla going on. So
I get it.
I was thinking about.
Chuck?
Actually, I do have something. June 14th, I'm going to be teaching a class at the library for all ages. I'm going to be teaching how to make masks. No cost to anybody. I've been collecting supplies and doing everything. So this starts at 10 o'clock, and it'll go to we're done or the library closes.
You're going to have to go a little deeper in detail.
Yeah, so I made that Halloween mask.
Oh, that kind of mask.
Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be Halloween. It can be whatever you want. But after Halloween, I collected a bunch of those Jason hockey masks and, got a bunch of stuff on clearance. But I've got stuff to make superhero or whatever you want. And I got stuff for adults to do. So it's going to be open to anybody.
You need to make sure you put that out there. Send a thing to Kathy or Molly.
Yeah, Miss Donna's supposed to be working on it. I gave her some pictures last week so she can get it ready. Should be out this week.
All right, so as bad as it saddens me what Andrew was talking about with, I remember when they built Veterans Park. We were playing behind the senior center, and when they built that park up there, it was probably one of the sweetest things ever. And
One of the best.
it's a great
The best ones, yes.
it's a great park. Unfortunately, the vandalism is ridiculous, and I've been up there before, and I've heard the rhetoric, I've heard the kids, the language, their attitudes. I wish there was something that we could do, but like I said, it takes a village, and I wish that it wasn't like that. And I guess next meeting we'll be talking about the Fall Festival. I know Kathy will be bringing that up. I'm excited about soccer, so we can start talking about it now, so we can get it out there. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening. It's May 15th, 2025, 6 p.m. We'll call the LaVergne Beer Board meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the March 20th meeting. Do I have a motion?
A motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Minutes approved. Our first order of new business is for an off-premise beer permit at the Fairlawn Market. Did I say that right? Okay. Who is here representing? Okay, please.
If you can just state your name and address for the record.
That's good.
Hi, ma'am. How are you? This is Osama Jarius. The address of the business is 5499 Murfreesboro Road.
Okay.
And this is Ramon.
Your name and address, sir?
Sorry?
Your name and address?
Ramon Marcos. The address 5499 Murfreesboro Road.
Okay. And this is for an off-premise. Is this a new business?
No, it is existing
It's
business,
just-
ma'am.
Okay. Just change of ownership. Now, do you have the same staff, and are you keeping the same policies, or?
Yeah, everything is the same, yeah. There is no change.
Okay, so same carding. When someone's buying beer, you'll card and?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
all the same, yeah. This is the rules. It's not a change between the store and store. This is the rules.
Just, okay.
Yeah, we know that.
I'm ready?
So this is for something mobile?
No, it's it's an off-premise, so, yeah. It's a convenience store. Is it it's a market?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
It's a market. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
market.
it is a convenience store.
Yeah, convenience store.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it is selling cigarettes, beer, and grocery and sodas.
Do y'all scan the license?
Yeah.
All good. Do I have a motion to approve or deny?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ready? Can you
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have your beer permit.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Excuse me, ma'am, when we got the new license?
If you just have a seat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When the meeting's over. Yep, we'll be right. Yep. And our next order of business is an on-premise beer permit for Thai House Bamboo. Yes. Please state your name and address.
Address as far as the establishment or place of residence?
What's that?
Excuse me?
You can just state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Melvin Harris, 100 Walden Road.
Joyce Ratanawong, 100 Warren Road.
Okay. And I see, you didn't meet the distance requirements.
Just a second, let's verify something. Y'all are at 100 Walden Road or 331 Walden Road?
331, I'm sorry.
Suite
331,
100.
Suite 100, excuse me. If I may, when we initially applied for this, we did screen the local churches, and I was under the impression that we had to be within 200 yards, correct?
200 feet,
200
yes.
feet. So
Mhm.
the closest that we've screened was for the First Methodist, which is 1.4 miles away. And
There's a church right behind that building that you're in.
Really?
Yes.
So
I didn't pick that up on Google. I don't know. what
There's
church
a church there.
So we can defer this and give you the option to bring in a survey showing that there's 200 feet distance
Okay.
from you and any surrounding church, school.
So
if
yeah,
you
we
would
would
like.
like
So
to, we
we
would
can-
like to do that at this time.
Okay.
See if we could get a survey of the surrounding area.
How come that church is not on Google?
I don't know, but we'll figure it out.
Okay.
So yeah, okay.
Do we need to vote on that?
You do, you got
Okay.
a motion to defer.
Okay.
I need a motion.
Motion, can we second?
Second.
All righty. All in favor? All right. All right, we approve that deferral till the next meeting. Okay. And I believe that. Any other business? All right, I make a motion to adjourn?
Did you make the motion?
No.
I'm making a motion.
I'll second it.
Motion to adjourn.
La Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at a new technology called the Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SATS. We'll see how this program will revolutionize air travel as we know it, and we'll visit its historic rollout event in Danville, Virginia. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on the Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SATS.
Throughout NASA's history, its researchers have developed cutting-edge aeronautical systems for use in commercial, military, and general aviation aircraft. Although much of the spotlight goes to commercial and military aircraft, general aviation has greatly benefited by the work done at NASA. One of the most recent programs that helps promote and bring these smaller aircraft to the forefront is the SATS program.
The thought behind SATS is simple. Reduce the congestion and safety problems of our highways and airways by using small aircraft as a travel alternative. As anyone who lives in a large city can attest, our highway systems are frequently plagued with traffic jams and accidents, while the nation's 30 major airports are overwhelmed with increased flights, frequent delays, and flight cancellations. If SATS is implemented, the result will be a more distributed air transportation system that will use thousands of underutilized airports throughout the nation. Its focus is to prove that small aircraft can enable safe and affordable access to virtually any runway in the nation in most weather conditions. SATS will offer on-demand, point-to-point, widely distributed transportation systems by relying on advanced 4 to 10 passenger aircraft that use new, state-of-the-art operating capabilities. Such a system promises improved safety, efficiency, reliability, and affordability for small aircraft operating within the nation's public use landing facilities.
SATS is a partnership among various organizations, including NASA, the FAA, the U.S. aviation industry, state and local officials, and universities. The United States Congress funded the program with $9 million for fiscal year 2001 and budgeted $69 million for a 5-year proof of concept period. If implemented, SATS will reduce transportation times to more communities by half in 10 years and by 2/3 in 25 years. Starting in 2001, NASA and its partners were given 5 years to prove that SATS could increase high-volume operations at airports without control towers or terminal radar facilities, devise technologies enabling safe landings at more airports in almost all weather conditions, integrate SATS aircraft into a higher capacity air traffic control system, and improve single pilot ability to function in the national airspace.
The culmination of these efforts were highlighted at the SATS rollout event in Danville, Virginia. To help us understand how SATS may change all of our lives, Tonya St. Romain attended the SATS event and had the opportunity to speak to some of the key players.
If you ask almost any air traveler what they think of the current air system, you might hear some grumbling. Although the current aviation system is very effective, it's beginning to reach its limits. Currently, long lines, frequent delays, and crowded skies are bringing the current aviation system to the brink. And with an estimated 1 billion passengers flying by the year 2014, increased environmental constraints, and new security threats, change needs to be made now to reverse this downward spin.
But what can be done to help? Well, today we're out here in Danville, Virginia for the historic rollout of the Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SATS. This new system could take a lot of the headaches out of flying. NASA, along with the FAA and the aviation industry, have teamed up and are out here demonstrating these new aircraft systems and how the technologies inside this aircraft could revolutionize flight as we know it.
SATS is basically a vision, okay? And that vision is a new way to provide transportation using small airports for people to go and come when they want to. What is a major part of that is the use of the small airplanes. There's a whole new generation of small jets and advanced general aviation aircraft that have technologies that are being developed that make them easier to fly and make them more reliable. And using those, you can fly from your neighborhood airport. What this would mean is that you want to go visit grandma. You go to your neighborhood airport, maybe she lives 600 miles away. You never went through a hub or a spoke. You never changed planes. You never went through all of the frustrations and difficulties that you have today on whether your flight's going to go cancel or this type of thing. I think the analogy for SATS today goes back to many years ago where trains took people from city to city. And if you wanted to go to those cities, the train was very good. It worked real well. If you wanted to go places that the trains didn't go, once you got to the city, you had to find some sort of transportation to get you where you wanted to go. Maybe it was horseback, maybe it was wagons, this type of thing. And to meet the need to go where people want to go, automobiles were invented. Today, I think that the airlines are like the trains were many years ago, and they don't take people to where they want to go. So you need some sort of means to go to communities that their commercial airplanes don't go. SATS is sort of like the cars. It's the beginning of a movement to take people point to point from where they live to where they want to go, instead of going to places that you don't want to go to get to places that you do, which is the best way to describe commercial air today. It's a very efficient system. It works well. It's very crowded. It's a wonderful way of transportation, but it doesn't take people where they want to go, when they want to go. It doesn't consider the value of an individual's time. SATS is about time. It's about using your time wisely and doing it in an affordably and safe manner.
The way the technology plan came together was, we got a group of really smart folks together, sat around the table actually for almost a year, trying to work our way through, how is it that the technologies lead to the ability to operate in the airspace in ways you cannot operate today effectively, affordably, safely? And how might those technologies enable an industry to do things they can't do now? And so we looked at the fact that about 98% of the nation's population lives within about a 30-minute drive of an airport like Danville, Virginia, or like the one I live near in Williamsburg, Virginia. Except that those airports don't have the navigation aids and the communication capabilities that are necessary if you want to have truly reliable access in the air. And so how might you put the technology in the aircraft instead of on the ground? And that's the question we started with, and then that led to the ideas of what we call higher volume operations at airports that don't have towers, don't have instrument landing systems, don't have radar, don't have voice communications. And yet if you just simply put this capability in the aircraft, when the aircraft arrives, it brings everything it needs. Well, what a concept, we thought. And so that became one of the drivers behind moving this idea forward. And then we looked at, well, what about operating up and away in the altitudes en route with everyone else? How do we stay out of everybody's way? So we looked at technologies that can help with that as well. And then we spent some time trying to understand the economics and how it plays out in people's lives.
Currently in the U.S., there are about 3,400 small community airports which are being underutilized. Most of these airports are so small, they don't even have a radar or towers to control aircraft. The SATS program has developed technologies that would allow us to finally begin to utilize these airports to their full potential. This new system will allow new classes of aircraft, including very light jets and other advanced small planes, to use these neighborhood airports to fly people from place to place rather than relying solely on the hub and spoke airport model of today. That means a family will be able to go to their community airport, take a plane to grandma's neighborhood airport 600 miles away, and never have to go through a major hub or change planes. And with most Americans living within a convenient 30-minute drive from one of these small community airfields, the SATS program will prove to be a perfect fit.
One reason the airport in Danville was chosen for the rollout was its size and relative proximity to cities like Washington, D.C. and Raleigh, North Carolina. Later, we'll head back to Tonya at the expo, but first,
did you know that per capita, Alaska has 6 times as many pilots as anywhere else in the United States? Alaska encompasses more than 500,000 square miles of land, which includes glaciers, mountains, and tundra, which are largely inaccessible by vehicle or boat. Many pilots in Alaska are called bush pilots, which refer to the remote and mostly remote areas of Alaska called the bush. In fact, piloting is so prevalent that 1 out of every 64 residents has a pilot's license.
During the 5-year proof of concept period for SATS, a great deal of technology was developed and tested. Today, many manufacturers are taking much of this technology and implementing it into newer models of their aircraft, and are even designing new types of very light jets, thanks to the groundwork provided by NASA and its partners. Well, let's rejoin Tonya in Danville to find out more about some of this new technology.
Now, many of the technology areas that you see here were developed by industry, by the SATS labs. But NASA typically works with the people in industry to develop technologies if we don't do the research that comes up with new technologies. The FAA is basically the people that manage or oversee or regulate operations. So they're working with us and they help us to understand how technologies are going to be deployed, what is the impact with regard to the operation of the FAA. They help us make sure that they're usable and useful, okay? And then you have the private sector. They're the ones that take technologies and turn them into products. And so you got everybody coming together to make this happen. It makes sense. Brings it to the market, and you end up with a product that's usable, one that people are looking forward to using.
The feedback has been very, very positive. We're able to actually do SATS type of operations with some of today's modern propeller airplanes. Some markets are such that you really don't want to go that far, and you don't need to travel that long, but it can take a 4 or 5 hour automobile trip into about a 30-minute trip in a light propeller-driven airplane. That's a very modern airplane. These airplanes are equipped with technologies that didn't exist 10 years ago. Everything from parachutes to in-flight information systems that provide the pilot a lot of safety.
Coming up, we'll find out about some safety devices now being built into small aircraft. But first, did you know that a device nicknamed the chicken gun is used to evaluate bird strikes against aircraft? Although birds seem harmless in the air, they can prove to be devastating for an aircraft if they are ingested into the engine or strike a windshield. In fact, since 1912, at least 300 people have been killed since the first fatality was reported due to bird strikes. To help validate and develop testing on aircraft canopies and windshields, the relatively low-tech chicken gun, located at Arnold Air Force Base, uses high-pressure air to fire chicken carcasses directly at aircraft. The chicken is fired from a 60-foot-long launch tube at speeds exceeding 900 miles per hour to simulate a direct bird strike. This data is used to determine the ability of the aircraft to withstand the impact and the damage caused during the strike. This technology has been used to improve designs and materials to make aircraft safer. This facility also helped support NASA's Space Shuttle Return to Flight program by launching hundreds of foam projectiles made of materials used on the shuttle's external tank. These shots simulate pieces of external tank foam breaking away from the tank during flight and striking various parts of the space shuttle, such as the solid rocket booster.
One of the key factors that will encourage members of the general public to use the SAT system will be safety. Currently, there are well over 250,000 active general aviation airplanes around the world. Unfortunately, about 1 in every 300 of these planes are involved in an accident every year. To make general aviation flying safer, NASA has funded an innovative new parachute recovery system which, when deployed, may actually allow pilots to walk away from what could have been a catastrophic accident. With systems like this aboard, flying will become much safer. Here's Tonya to explain.
The sight of small aircraft flying around our skies is a familiar one to most of us. These small general aviation, or GA planes, are favorites of private pilots, small businesses, and flight schools because of their relative low cost and the freedom they provide. Although these aircraft are very safe, about 1,600 of them are involved in accidents every year, and quite often, these accidents can be fatal. In an effort to prevent many of these accidents from becoming fatal, NASA has funded an innovative program which uses a ballistic parachute mounted on the plane, which when deployed can actually save the plane and the passengers from a catastrophic accident. I spoke with Lisa Jones at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Parachute recovery systems are not new. They've been used to return our astronauts from the moon, the Apollo program, for instance. They've been applied to the military aircraft, such as the F-11 crew escape module. It floats down on a parachute recovery system. Now they're being applied to general aviation aircraft. And in the structural designs, this is a good way to save money and weight, because you can actually design a structure to support the parachute system.
The parachute works like this. During an emergency event, if the pilot feels that he's about to lose control of the aircraft or has lost control, he must turn off the engine, then simply pull firmly on the parachute release handle located above his head. The parachute, which is propelled by a solid fuel rocket motor, is released from a special opening on top the fuselage. 3 Kevlar straps connect the parachute to the airframe and help slow the aircraft, guiding it through a level descent. Although the parachute system already has 155 saves with ultralight aircraft, the first save in a general aviation plane came in October of 2002, with the aircraft suffering little damage and the pilot walking away from the crash with no injuries at all. So Lisa, is this parachute system just for new aircraft, or can it be retrofitted on older planes?
Parachute system design can be incorporated into older aircraft designs. It's just you would have to do some modification to the structure, make sure that the structure could handle the loads the system puts on the airframe, and also be certified for it.
Lisa, what are some situations where a pilot would need to use this device?
As a pilot can tell you, there's many times when things will go bad quickly when flying. So there are many different scenarios where the system may be deployed.
Some situations where a parachute recovery system could be used are loss of control of the aircraft due to icing, engine failure, and airframe structural failure. One of the most common causes of general aviation aircraft accidents is pilot disorientation. Many pilots are only rated to operate an aircraft under visual flight rules, or VFR. But in order to fly in bad weather, a pilot should also be able to fly under IFR, or instrument flight rules. If a visual flight rules rated pilot encounters weather where he can't see visual landmarks outside the plane, then spatial disorientation can occur. When this happens, the pilot literally cannot determine if his plane's in level flight or if it's turning or banking. Very frequently, the VFR pilot will rely on his instincts rather than his instruments, which can lead to a catastrophic outcome. With the parachute recovery system on board, no matter what the situation, the pilot has one last best option to save not only the aircraft, but most importantly, the lives of everyone on board. I know this is being used for general aviation aircraft, but is there a chance that it could be used on larger planes?
I think it can be applied to some of the business jets where you're talking about 10, 12, 14 passenger perhaps. That would have to be really investigated closely. But for application to a transport, you're not going to see that. The structural requirements for the aircraft would be enormous to handle that, as well as the design characteristics for the chute itself to be able to take the energy of a large transport. So you're not going to be able to use this efficiently on anything of much size greater than a general aviation aircraft.
So Lisa, why is NASA working on this type of project?
NASA has a program called the Aviation Safety Program. And in that, we're looking at different types of things to improve safety everywhere. Some of that in the early part of the program was focused on general aviation. There are 1,000 lives a year lost to general aviation accidents. And this type of system can really improve those numbers and hopefully get those down where we see a lot more people walking away from accidents.
Other safety devices are also being used on a number of small aircrafts, such as improved seat belts, energy-absorbing seats, and even airbags. In a moment, we'll go back to telling you to find out about some other safety technologies in SATs. But first,
did you know the idea of personal flight has been in the public consciousness for quite a while? As early as 1898, even before the Wright brothers' first flight at Kitty Hawk, Scientific American ran an article about the possibility of flight entitled "The Horseless Carriage of the Next Generation." In 1926, automotive tycoon Henry Ford designed and introduced the Ford Flying Flivver, which was designed for one passenger. And in late 1933, Eugene Vidal, the head of the Bureau of Air Commerce during the Roosevelt administration, announced that the government would spend $500,000 to produce a poor man's airplane. He promised a 2- or 3-seat all-metal machine costing $700, about the price of an automobile. Although many of these ideas never took off, flying has remained an interest for many. Today, some 650,000 individuals hold a U.S. pilot certificate of some kind, ranging from student pilot to airline transport pilot. With the introduction of SATs, personal flying is not only possible, but viable.
One of the key factors that will help this technology is its safety and reliability. What makes it both safe and reliable are the technologies in the cockpit that will help the pilot fly the airplane more easily. These cockpit devices will allow the pilot to know exactly where he is, where other traffic and bad weather is, and even be able to see through bad weather. A technology called synthetic vision will allow pilots to actually see obstacle and terrain even in the worst weather conditions. What synthetic vision does is provide the flight crew with a visual picture of the terrain by using GPS and navigation graphics that show a 3D display in the cockpit. This display gives the pilot a moving picture of where the airplane is in respect to the terrain, airport, and obstacles.
The SATS program is not designed to take over for commercial aircraft. The idea is that SATS will be integrated into the current overtaxed system. Researchers believe that SATS and larger commercial aircraft can work together.
Clearly, we don't want to get in the way of the large airplanes. It doesn't make sense for a 2-passenger or 4-passenger airplane to get in a queue, get in a line with 300-passenger airplanes at big airports. But what is nice about SATS is SATS operates literally below the radar in underutilized airspace. So you connect small communities together and you fly below the airlines. You're not going into the big airports where the big airlines are already congested and having challenges anyway. You're independent. And if our technologies work in that lower airspace, gradually the technologies will migrate. Instead of from the big airplanes to the small, will migrate from the small airplanes to the big airplanes, and the two systems will come together in an integrated way. So in 20 years, perhaps everybody will be flying SATs. There will just be big SATs and little SATs. So gradually we will see these opportunities emerge. Gradually communities will be connected. Gradually you and I will find ourselves flying more often than we are driving our car.
The idea for SATs is not very different than the idea of the interstate highway system of the 1950s. At that time, President Eisenhower made it a national priority to have an interstate system that would crisscross the United States, improving travel. Eisenhower first thought of this idea in 1919 when he participated in the U.S. Army's first transcontinental motor convoy from Washington, D.C. to San Francisco. On the way west, the convoy experienced a series of mechanical difficulties because the roads were so bad that many of the vehicles got stuck in the mud on these unpaved roads. The trip that today would only take about 5 days took Eisenhower's convoy a total of 62 days to complete. The idea for the interstate system in the U.S. came up again in the winter and early spring of 1945 when General Eisenhower saw the advantages Germany enjoyed because of their Autobahn network. After he was elected president in 1953, he made the decision to have a similar system here in the U.S. It took some time, but in 1957, the interstate system officially began being constructed and is now an integral part of all of our lives. Many at NASA hope that in 50 years from now, people will look at the SAT system in a similar way.
Much the same as the interstate highway system allowed the diffusion of economic opportunity to a vastly greater geographical area. This innovation, using smaller aircraft and smaller airports for public transportation, can diffuse economic opportunity and therefore quality of life and standard of living to places that are not connected in the hub and spoke system, and other than by long drives on the highway. So I think that what it means is the ability to choose where you want to work, where you want to play, where you want to learn in new ways that are less dependent on the old 20th century infrastructure. From the standpoint of the industry, there's been a lot of great surprises. Could not have imagined the emergence of the very light jet segment of the industry. Very exciting. Also, could not have quite imagined the emergence of the use of the smaller piston aircraft for air cabs, if you will. I, in fact, arrived here in the message, so to speak, by coming into Danville from the airport near my house in Williamsburg, Virginia, in a trip that by ground would have taken 5 hours, by air took 50 minutes. So I am thrilled that we've come this far. I'm still very aware that there are many challenges, many big risks ahead. There are financial risks, there are technology risks that need to be dealt with in order for this to grow. I think the industry can start based on what we've done.
There's no doubt this is going to happen, but it'll happen in a transitional way, incrementally, a little bit at a time. You can't turn a switch and have SATs. So some of the technologies we're showing here will come to market next year, and they're in the certification path now. The industry guys will take them. Some of the challenging things that NASA has done particularly, and some of the things the FAA is working on will take longer. We have the safest system in the world. The airlines are very heavily regulated. There are very strict rules for their operations.
GA has a little more freedom and they go into airports that are smaller and less well equipped in today's world. We would like to change that so that the technologies that we are demonstrating here today in SATs make it safer, make the GA airplanes able to fly with more precision, make it easier and more intuitive for the pilots to be able to fly. More like driving a car, more people will be able to fly. So the FAA's regulations have to adapt to that, and it's a major undertaking to identify where the changes need to be, what those changes are, and at the same time never do anything that would harm the level of safety.
What people need to understand is that this transportation system can be affordable, it can be reliable, it can be extremely safe, and it can be user-friendly. That is, you can travel where you want, when you want, from point to point, and do it in a fashion that is at your schedule. We're not advocating if you try to go coast to coast in a small airplane. But if you want to go from Manassas, Virginia to Danville and come down here and see this expo, that's the best way to get here.
The SAT system is just the first step, but the technologies developed for this program will undoubtedly advance the future of aviation.
Who knows, maybe in the next 10 years we may have a completely new way to travel.
Well, that's all for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Lives in saltwater and freshwater, gobbles 200 pounds of seagrass a day, and calls elephants cousin. Stick around and you'll find out. Think about an endangered species. What's the first animal that comes to mind? If you're like most people, you probably thought of a rhino or a tiger or an elephant. But you don't have to go thousands of miles to find an endangered species.
Some of them are right here in the United States. They live in forests and lakes, deserts and streams. But I bet you didn't know one of the most endangered lives right here in the waters of Florida.
That's right, we're talking about manatees.
When you look at them, it's hard to believe that sailors once thought they were the mermaids of mythology.
But manatees aren't a myth, they're real, and they're in trouble.
But how did these gentle giants end up in so much danger? And what's being done to save them?
Stick around while we find out.
A few facts about manatees. They're the only plant-eating marine mammals, and they have huge appetites. Most of the time, they tend to stay mainly in and around Florida, eating 32 to 108 pounds of aquatic plant life every day. They look pretty chubby, and there is a thick layer of fat under their skin, but it's not enough to insulate them against the cold. That's why they tend to hang out in the warmer waters of the South, but not always. Some manatees have migrated as far away as Rhode Island. But I was curious, what do they do in the wintertime, and how big do they get? I spent some time with a few manatee experts to learn more about these unusual creatures. You'll be amazed at what I found out. The first expert I talked to was Dr. Dan Odell, a research biologist at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, who took me to see the manatees in the rehabilitation area. He told me that manatees are from the order Sirenia, which includes the dugong from Australia.
There are 3 species of manatees. The West African manatee, which is of course in West Africa, the Amazonian manatee, which is in the Amazon River Basin, and the West Indian manatee, which includes the Florida manatee. The West Indian manatee ranges from roughly Florida in the north down to Brazil in the south throughout the Caribbean.
What other animals are manatees related to?
Manatees are related to elephants, hyraxes, and aardvarks. And if you just take the elephant and you look at an elephant that has very thick, tough skin, not much hair on it, some toenails, then you look at our friends the manatee here. It's very similar skin appearance, sparse hairs scattered over the body, and you see these very tiny fingernails.
I could see the resemblance, but unlike elephants, manatees have whiskery faces and little tiny eyes. Manatees can also stay underwater for as long as 20 minutes, diving down to feed no deeper than around 10 feet. Can you imagine an elephant doing that? I noticed that they don't really swim that fast. About how fast can they swim?
Manatees in general are very slow swimmers, going 1 or 2 miles an hour. In a burst of speed, if they really have to, they may be able to get to 10 or 12 miles an hour, but not for very long.
Even though they're massive, there's something graceful about manatees. Waving their fan-shaped tails, they glide through the water like big gray blimps. The heaviest weigh in the neighborhood of 3,500 pounds.
Big manatees are probably as long as a mini pickup truck and probably weigh as much, or if not more in some cases, as a small pickup truck.
For an animal that eats a lot of lettuce, which is known to be a very healthy food, how did they get so fat?
Manatees have large, long intestines, lots of microorganisms, bacteria, that break down the plant material, release the nutrients. The manatees absorb it all and really turn it all into fat.
Because manatees only eat plants, they have different adaptations from other marine mammals like whales or sea lions. Adaptations like their teeth, for instance.
As they chew, even though it doesn't look like it here, the forces generated during chewing make the teeth move forward. And the manatees and one species of kangaroo do that. They move to the front, they're resorbed, and they fall out. They're known as marching molars by some people. And it goes on, as far as we know, as long as manatees live.
It's no wonder manatees go through so many teeth. Look how much they eat. I figured that couldn't be good for the environment, but I was wrong.
Manatees have a very important role in the coastal marine and freshwater environments by recycling nutrients. A big manatee may eat 100 or 200 pounds of vegetation every day, as long as it lives, which could be up to 50 years in some cases. And that makes a lot of fertilizer back into the water. So manatee really helps keep the ecosystem intact in a very dynamic state.
Makes sense to me, but if manatees are important to the environment, why are they endangered?
Manatees are endangered because of people. Historically, if we go back a few hundred years, people have eaten manatees. These days in Florida, it's not so much hunting, which is rare but still happens on occasion. It's other human activities. Their habitat has been severely impacted by human activities in Florida, and other things like boating. A large number of manatees are killed each year by power boats. They get entangled in fishing gear, they get caught in flood control dams. So it's other human things that are keeping manatees on the endangered list.
So, I wondered, how many manatees are left in Florida?
These days, the state of Florida tries to do a complete survey of state waters every winter when the weather's really cold and the manatees tend to congregate at warm water areas. They've counted over 3,000 manatees in some years.
Dr. Odell says that nobody really knows how many manatees are left, but if things don't change, they'll be on the endangered list for some time to come. And that would be a shame for an animal that's been around for millions of years.
Surprised? You shouldn't be. Manatees have been around a long time. Fossilized bones have been found that date back to 45 million years. They're very adaptable, but nowadays changes happen so fast in their habitat that they don't have time to adjust. Luckily, though, they have scientists, wildlife officials, and facilities like SeaWorld on their side. For over 20 years, a variety of government and private organizations have been working hard to rescue, rehabilitate, and release hundreds of orphaned and injured manatees. It's always been rewarding, but it hasn't always been easy. So, how do they do it? I mean, what does it take to rescue a gentle giant? It takes a lot of teamwork and a lot of heart. Check it out.
When it comes to manatee rescues, Barbara Ramirez has seen it all. She loves her work, and it shows.
It's very exciting. You have a manatee that's hurt out in the wild, and you're trying to help it out.
It's not something you can do alone. It takes a lot of agencies to get the job done.
The very first agency is going to be the Florida Marine Patrol. That is the first people they are going to call. The Florida Marine Patrol is going to call the FWC, the Florida Wildlife Commission. They're going to be the ones that go out there. They're going to assess this manatee's problems.
Animal Care, this is Elena.
They are the ones who call us and let us know, yes, this manatee needs to be rescued.
There's no time to lose. The entire team scrambles, and the beach van speeds to the rescue. Once on site, the team quickly assesses the situation and works out the rescue strategy.
We also have to be careful of moms and babies in there. If it's a mom with a baby, we always take both of them. We don't ever want to separate a mom from a baby.
As soon as the plan is set, they move in, circle the manatee, and pull it in.
Once we have the manatee there, what we need to do is transfer the manatee onto a stretcher. Some manatees we have rescued weigh close to 2,000 pounds, and that's a lot of weight.
Let's go a little bit more.
We go ahead and load the manatee up into the beach emergency van. That's when the veterinarian takes over.
A lot of the time, the doctor who goes along is Dr. Michael Walsh, Director of Veterinary Services at SeaWorld Orlando.
The goal is to get that animal as quickly as possible into the truck, get them transported. We may do initial blood work on site. We may try to do an initial evaluation, but we're going to rely on what we can do back here to really complement what we do in the field.
The vets look for visible wounds or signs of blunt trauma from boats. There may be a crab trap line around their flipper. Sometimes they get entangled in discarded fishing line. Whatever the problem is, manatee experts like Pedro Ramos are quite often part of the solution.
On the ride, we monitor the manatee, we monitor the respirations, we keep him wet,
so that his skin doesn't dry out. If he has some injuries that can be cleaned out, the veterinarian and the staff will start cleaning out the wounds. If not, it's simply a matter of monitoring the manatee.
Once the manatees arrive at the rehabilitation facility, the next step is to move them into the pool. But wait a second, if manatees are so heavy, how's that possible?
Well, usually what we'll do is put them into that pool.
1, 2, 3.
And depending on the size of the manatee, we actually have a crane. If it's a smaller manatee or if it's the baby manatees, we basically just hand carry them in the stretcher. We just put the stretcher in there and they swim right out of the stretcher.
Once the manatees are settled into their new home, the veterinarians run all kinds of tests to make sure they find any hidden problems. It's all in a day's work for these brave, dedicated animal paramedics. The whole SeaWorld rescue team is determined to save as many lives as possible, and they're succeeding.
As you can see, these dedicated animal experts have got rescuing manatees down to a science. After some life-saving care, they'll be on the road to recovery. The goal is to return rehabilitated manatees to the wild. The study of these animals may also help bring the endangered manatee back from the brink of extinction. So, how do you nurse an injured manatee back to health? After a thorough examination, the next step in treating injured manatees is to take x-rays and perform minor surgery like suturing wounds and repairing fractures. To reduce trauma during treatment, the manatees are placed in special pools with hydraulic floors that lift the animals out of the water. The veterinarians face all kinds of manatee injuries, from damaged tails to deep cuts from propeller blades. But one of the worst and most difficult to treat is blunt trauma from boat collisions.
We've had manatees that have come in with a collapsed lung. And what happens is the front of the boat will hit the manatee on the side. It'll fracture a rib, and the rib will actually puncture the lung. It basically deflates the lung. And so they turn on their side.
To help them compensate or to help control that, what we've developed is a special type of wetsuit that we wrap all the way around the manatee, and we put in pieces of foam on whatever side is down underwater. And what that does is it brings that side of the manatee back up, and it helps them float right.
We actually see one side higher than the other, and when it's like that, they can't eat. And the way to get them to eat is to stabilize them and right them back up in their normal position, and these jackets can help do that. So it's a constant learning process all the time. We're always modifying, always changing. So you've got to be open to innovation, changes, what's new in the field, to make the problems approachable.
Dr. Walsh and the other vets who work with manatees have faced a lot of unique challenges over the years.
The first challenges we faced are we had to learn how to sedate them without hurting them. We then had animals that needed surgery, so we had to work out general anesthesia, which was totally different for us. We had to figure out medications, and then we had to figure out the use of diagnostic techniques like ultrasound.
They also use a technique called thermography to diagnose internal problems. Thermography uses a heat-sensitive camera to scan the manatee's body in search of hot spots that indicate possible infection or trauma.
What we're seeing here is a person's hand, which is much hotter because it hasn't been in water, pointing down to an infection in the flipper of the manatee.
Even with all their advanced medical technology, manatee vets often have to use their professional intuition and experience from working with other species.
Once a manatee starts doing better, we'll let them out of the medical pool and put them into the isolation pool.
The isolation pool is set up so the rehab crew can monitor the manatee's progress and help them make the transition to eating on their own.
Manatees feed on the surface and they feed on the bottom. So just dropping the lettuce in the water, it's going to float, so that takes care of that. But we need to somehow get it on the bottom. And Barb has some lettuce tubes over here that we've made. You can see it's just like a PVC tube, and all we've done is cut out an opening in it, and we put this weight on it. So what we're going to do is slide the lettuce heads into the tray, and we'll just put it in the water, and then that'll sink it.
One manatee can go through 100 pounds of lettuce a day. At that rate, they'll be ready for release in no time.
Saving a full-grown manatee has its challenges, but just imagine taking on the responsibility of saving a 45-pound orphan baby.
Light, easy to move, no problem. Except, what do you feed it? You can't exactly go to the grocery store and pick up a case of manatee calf formula, so you create your own. And that's exactly what SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Mike Walsh did for Pistachio, another baby manatee.
Pistachio was an orphan manatee. He was found in the Daytona Beach area. State biologists were observing him for a couple of days.
They were pretty sure the baby had been abandoned. No large adults were in the area, and no females were coming by. It's possible the mother fell victim to natural causes. Nobody really knows. The important thing was to take care of this helpless little manatee.
Pistachio came in as a tiny baby in the 40-pound type range. Now, that's pretty small. Babies like this are born between usually 50 and 100 pounds, so he was even underweight for when he came in.
Getting manatees to their optimum roly-poly weight isn't as easy as it sounds. Most manatees come in dehydrated, so that's the first problem to solve.
And once he came in, we x-rayed him, we got weights on him, and we started tube feeding him.
We give him what's called a gruel substance, and that is like a spinach. It's ground up spinach and romaine lettuce and water. You go ahead and pump that into the manatee. I can guarantee you, again, about 99% of the manatees that come in here are going to have that done.
In between tube feedings, they train Pistachio to accept the bottle. Raising any baby is a 24/7 job, with feedings every 2 hours. And Pedro has plenty of experience with that. He's been a manatee foster parent more than once.
Oh my goodness. Come on down. There you go. Let's get you into position. Flippers down. We've been working on him pretty much round the clock, and he's understanding how to take the bottle. He's just learning now where to come over to get his bottles. That's why we slap the side of the pool. That lets him know that it's feeding time, and he'll come right over. It's kind of like ringing the dinner bell for him.
We like to get them up to 700 pounds. And the reason for that is when they go out into the wild, they have to be able to endure the cold weather during the winter. And that winter weather is a challenge to them if they're not nice and plump.
In Pistachio's case, the standard bottle mixture didn't work, so a new formula was created. The big question was, would it be enough to save him?
Well, Pistachio's formula was designed based on a couple of things. We know the babies can come down with intestinal problems. And prior to Pistachio, about half of the babies were lost with a type of disease process called pneumatosis intestinalis. What that is that you get air in the wall of your intestinal tract and it becomes dysfunctional. It just won't work. It can't pass food, it can't absorb food. And we knew that we didn't want to lose him like we'd lost some of the others, so we got on the internet and tried to find a new treatment.
Dr. Walsh got lucky. He found a treatment that somebody used in Ireland on a human with the same disease. It's called an elemental diet.
We got around the disease problem by using this dietary approach. So he had a very severe case of this disease, and yet he survived. We're batting 1,000 now, where we used to bat 500.
Rehabilitation can take a few days or a few years. In Pistachio's case, he stayed in the baby pool for about a year. When he was big enough and eating some lettuce on his own, he was moved to the main exhibit, Manatees, the Last Generation.
The important thing about that part of the rehabilitation process is that we have adult manatees there, and that's where he's going to start learning to really be a manatee. So far, all of the contact he's had has been with us, but we need him to know that he's a manatee and how to act.
It's all part of preparing an orphan for release. To survive in the wild, Pistachio had to be mentally and physically ready. Thanks to the dedicated team at SeaWorld, he was.
He came in small, alone, and malnourished, and after 3 years of loving care, he left huge, healthy, and ready to join his own kind. That's not the only success story. Since 1976, SeaWorld has rescued over 250 manatees and released over 100.
After months of planning, the release team waits for a cold front to move across Florida. Manatees migrate to warmer waters when the temperatures drop. When that happens, the release operation is set into motion. It's hours of wet, exhausting work, and it's worth every minute.
So how do you decide when a manatee is ready to be released? According to Dr. Walsh, you have to look at a lot of things.
If they had some abnormality on x-rays like Pistachio did, then we'd recheck his x-rays, make sure it's cleared, and make sure his blood work was all normal, and see whether or not size-wise he could go back out without any challenges from the wild.
When the manatee is ready, a whole team of experts gets together to figure out where and when to release it.
Everybody sits down together, agrees on a date, when to release him, what would be better, whether it's in the spring or in the fall, and we also decide where to release him.
But the final decision is up to the Florida Wildlife Conservation Commission and officials like Nicole Adamy.
Releases are very dependent upon the individual manatee themselves. The site is chosen depending on where the animal came from. What we try to do is we try to pick up and release the animal where the animal was rescued from.
And other times we have to take them far away because the area we rescued them from is really what got them into trouble in the first place.
Weather plays a big part in choosing when to release the animal. If the manatee was rescued as a baby, it needs to be released in the wintertime at a warm water site, where it'll have plenty of company. It's also important because the cold weather will force the manatee to stick around long enough to remember the site next winter.
Just prior to the release, what we'll do is, of course, take the last of the blood samples for last-minute confirmation that the manatee's okay. We get a weight on them, and all of this is mostly just for records for the state because after we release them, we'll go back periodically and check up on them.
When the big day arrived for Pistachio, he was ready, but it was still hard to see him leave.
You become attached to them. You have this baby that was only a few days old when they brought him to us, and you see him go through a really tough time where you thought you were going to lose him, and he pulls through that until you finally get to the day where he has to go home. Going on a release is a really good feeling. You see a manatee that was in very serious condition, sometimes almost dead, and you've nursed them back to health. Most of the times, it's just a happy feeling, and you let them go and you wish them well. The ones that are a little bit harder to let go are the orphans that you hand raise, like Pistachio.
Over the next year, the state keeps tabs on the manatee with a tracking device, a kind of pinging radio transmitter. That way, they can monitor where the manatee goes and how it's doing. Some manatees are so badly injured that they can never return to the wild, so they go to special habitats for long-term rehab. But whether they're released or stay at SeaWorld, it's the caring part of animal care that's most rewarding. Watching a healthy manatee like Pistachio swim away into its natural habitat is the happy ending everyone hopes for.
After a period of time, he started moving out from the spring area and went out into the river that connected to the spring, and then moved up and down, hopefully eating well. It's a good feeling when you're there to see him go.
It's a really good feeling because you know that you've succeeded, you know you've done your job.
Pistachio is one lucky little manatee.
I wouldn't exactly call him little, but Pistachio is lucky. He got exactly the right care at the right time from his dedicated friends at SeaWorld. And now he spends his winters in the warm waters of Blue Springs doing what manatees do. You can be a friend of manatees too. Learn all about manatees and their habitat. Support groups who are establishing refuges and encouraging people to act in a manatee-friendly way. Maybe if we all work together, we can save the manatee.
Pistachio is a wonderful success story, from the creation of his special formula to his ultimate release. But not every manatee is so lucky. Many are lost to illness or injuries. Some are even permanently disabled and can't go back to the wild. But the ones who can prove that sometimes rescue, rehabilitation, and release is more than a new beginning for these gentle creatures. It could mean a new beginning for the entire species. So, what can you do to help?
What can you do to help preserve the manatees? Well, actually, there's a lot.
Don't put stuff into the water that's not supposed to be in there. If you have old fishing lines, make sure you take those and throw them away properly.
There's a lot of organizations out there that are involved in manatee conservation, and you can always get involved with one of those. I mean, just get on the internet and look, and you can find them.
You can support education projects, you can support research projects. All those things do help the plight of the manatee.
You can be a safe boater. Obey all the speed and wake zones on the waterways.
We just need people to abide by the rules that are out there. You know, slow down where we know that there are animals, for sure. It gives them a chance to hear the boat. It gives them a chance to move out of the way.
Manatees are totally surrounded by boats. There's over 1 million of them on Florida waterways. Just imagine being on a street with that many cars.
There are so many boats around that having a boat around is normal. What is not normal is to have that boat at 50 or 60 miles an hour skip over their line of transfer, intersect where they're going, and hit them before they have a chance to react.
That's the whole idea behind the manatee caution zones, and that's why we need to support legislation to protect manatees and all our wildlife.
I think it's important that we just educate ourselves about wildlife in general. We want them to stay wild, and that is one of the best things we can do to help an animal out.
Pierce.
You can also help other people learn more about manatees by sharing what you know, and you can support the people who actually rescue manatees. One way to do that is to let them know if you see an animal in distress.
The best thing anyone can do when they see an animal is to call and report it right away. Either Florida Marine Patrol or call the Conservation Commission's hotline. And then to go and wait there until someone comes on site. And not to touch the animal, not to approach the animal, but wait for a professional or someone who's trained. They can not only injure themselves, but also injure the animal as well.
If you live in Florida, helping manatees can be as simple as buying a manatee license plate. A lot of the money goes to research projects around the state. You can make donations to organizations like Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute. And if you don't live in Florida, you can support local aquariums and wildlife parks.
We have some manatees that were rescued, and due to their injuries, they can't go back. When the public comes through the park and they see these manatees and they see the injuries that they have, it makes them aware of the problems that they have.
One of the things that we need to always keep in mind with an endangered species is that it never really ends. Even if that animal's numbers improve slightly, they're never out of trouble because we're constantly chipping away at what they need to survive.
So it's up to us working with the public, the federal agencies, and the state to actually get to where we prevent the injuries rather than trying to come back and treat them.
I think one of the best things we could do is just think about what we're doing today, because it definitely has an impact on what happens tomorrow.
Sadly, the things that make manatees most adorable, their childlike curiosity and slow-moving, gentle nature, also make them vulnerable. It's hard to imagine our world without these amazing animals, but it could happen.
It's up to all of us to protect them, and not just manatees, all animals. Even the ones in your own backyard. And it's so easy. Start a neighborhood environmental club. Recycle. Boat slowly through waters where manatees live. And be careful about what you trash. Something that seems as harmless as a plastic bag can mean serious trouble for wildlife.
So let's all do our part to protect these amazing animals, and maybe they'll be around for another 45 million years.
Because if they win their fight for survival, we all win.
the first thing you think of when you think of NASA. Space, right? Well, what else is NASA known for? Any clues, Johnny?
How about aeronautics? Yeah, NASA's testing and development of new technologies is one of the key missions for the agency.
That's right. The first A in NASA stands for aeronautics, and you better believe NASA takes its job of keeping the flying public safe very seriously. Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonzo, and today on NASA 360, we're going to find out a little more about how NASA engineers are paving the way to new aeronautical breakthroughs.
And we're also going to see how NASA is helping to make the future of flying safer and much greener, too. How about a little history lesson first? You know, NASA was formed back in 1958 with much of its energy going towards getting us into space. But as early as 1917, NASA's predecessor agency, NACA, or the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, was turning flight into a science. Over the years, NACA and NASA engineers worked really hard to make flying much safer and efficient. In fact, virtually every aircraft ever flown in the U.S. has in some way been tested by NASA. Those engineers back in the day probably had it much harder than the engineers do today. Wouldn't you say so, Johnny?
Yeah, that's right, Jen. Aircraft testing has definitely come a long way since the old days. I mean, one of the biggest changes ever has to be the invention of the computer.
Engineers today have so many more options available to them than the old guys, including gathering really precise data, using state-of-the-art computer graphics, networking abilities, and tons of other benefits too.
But guess what? Even with so much more technology available today, one thing still holds true. You still got to be able to build the aircraft and get it to fly at some point, right?
That's right, and obviously you don't want to build a full-scale aircraft until you have all the kinks worked out of the design. So what do? You build a scale model.
A scale model is an exact representation of an aircraft, just a lot smaller, of course. When engineers build these models, they can get really valuable information about how the full-scale aircraft will fly. One way to test the aircraft is the time-honored routine of putting it in a wind tunnel to check out its flight worthiness. Another way is to actually put small engines on the plane and fly it by remote control.
This type of initial testing is even more important when you're trying to break out of conventional designs and build an entirely new type of aircraft. And when I say new type of aircraft, I mean getting away from the traditional tube and wing design and really stretching the envelope to build the aircraft of tomorrow.
That's right. Now, Jen mentioned the traditional tube and wing design, which is basically used on every aircraft today. A tube with wings placed on each side. This design's been used for over 100 years because it's fairly efficient, it's easy to pressurize, and it's relatively quiet. But guess what? Researchers and engineers are discovering there might be a different design that can be more efficient, as safe if not safer than current aircraft, and much quieter too. Yeah, the new radical design called the blended wing body, or the BWB.
Now, one of the primary reasons this design looks so promising is that by blending the wings into a wide tailless body, you get additional lift with less drag. In plain English, that means the plane could be up to 30% more efficient and quieter than conventional planes. Okay, remember when we were talking about scale models earlier? Well, that's where the BWB program is right now. Researchers are testing two 8.5% scale models that have a 21-foot wingspan and weigh about 500 pounds. Testing is being performed in a couple of different ways. One of the models is being flown and validated at NASA Langley's full-scale wind tunnel with some very encouraging results.
But researchers also need to see this aircraft fly in the real world. And what better place to do it than where the sound barrier was first broken and so many other important air milestones were reached, right here at NASA Dryden in Edwards, California.
I caught up with a couple buddies to find out a little more about how flight testing for the BWB is conducted.
Hey, Johnny.
Doing, man? Yeah, good to see you.
Hey, how you doing today?
How you been?
Good. Good to see you.
This is wicked, man. Tell me about this.
All right. Well, this is our scale model of a hybrid wing body flying aircraft. This is a 21-foot span scale version of a larger aircraft that we would fly. This program's been underway for about 4 years, and we've got this really fantastic team at NASA working with our industry partners from Boeing and Cranfield to do some low-speed flight testing.
Well, can you tell me some of the differences between this aircraft and the ones that we're flying today?
So this aircraft is it's a blended configuration. So we blend the wing and the fuselage in a way that it's more of an integrated configuration, and we do that.
See that?
Yeah, we do that to get us benefits in a couple of areas. First one is the aircraft is more efficient, so we get better fuel burn characteristics. What we call lift-to-drag ratio is much better. And the other thing we get with an aircraft like this that we're trying to prove out is we get better noise characteristics. And that will depend upon the engine placement, of course, and that's one of the things that we're trying to work on over time with this type of configuration. Really? So this aircraft gives us that 1-2 punch. Better fuel burn, better noise.
Nice. We've been working tube and wing for like 50 years, right? 50 plus. I mean, why innovate?
Yeah, so we think, you know, it's just because of that reason. We've been working tube and wing for a long time. We've polished that configuration for a long, long time. We think we've probably gotten the best out of it that we can in terms of fuel burn and noise reduction. And as I was explaining to you earlier, this configuration, we think we can build and design such a thing to work both fuel burn and noise at the same time. So it's that simultaneous attainment of two very major critical goals where we think a configuration like this can help us out.
Okay, so this is a scale model, obviously.
Right, Johnny.
So
yeah.
if you built this up, I mean, will it look exactly the same?
Yeah, Johnny, this is an exact replica. You know, it would scale up to have the same characteristics, same shape, same look as this scaled version. So one of the things we're trying to work on there, though, is the placement of the engines and the type of engines that we might use on it. So the engine location might be a little bit different.
I see this one's all mounted all the way towards the back.
Right. What we have here, these are potted engines. Okay. So that's one concept that we have that we're looking at. It's a lower risk idea. Okay. Potted means that it's sitting up off the airplane.
Okay.
Right. So you can see that it's mounted up, and there's some space between the body and the engine itself. There are a couple of other ideas floating around, like embedded engines, and they would be sunk down inside the airframe, and there would be little inlets to take the air needed to drive the propulsion system. So that's another idea that we're starting to explore in wind tunnel testing.
Really?
Yeah.
So obviously, you know, this is in the testing phase. Where do you see this? I mean, how do you see this progressing?
Right. So Johnny, we're working with the Air Force. We're working with Boeing, R&T on this project, and this thing has a long. The vision for this is long range. So initially, we think it's probably a military application, cargo carrying application. And then maybe out 2030, 2035, we move on. Maybe it's commercial cargo, package carrying, and then maybe in the long run it becomes a passenger carrying aircraft. But that's way out in the future.
I would love to see this thing fly. I mean, is this R-seat? Is this remote controlled?
Yeah, what we decided to do here is use an unmanned approach. It's cheaper to do that in the get-go when you start out with a scale model. So it's unmanned, it's remotely piloted. We take the thing up, we fly for about 30 minutes from a trailer that goes along with the aircraft.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's check it out.
All right.
Let's go.
On this morning, Johnny and the crew were in for a treat because the X-48 flight test was flown out on one of the most famous test areas in the world, the 44 square mile dry lake beds out at NASA Dryden.
I show us lining up on the runway. Yep, you're looking real good.
Before the second flight of the day, Johnny went back to the remote piloting facility to meet up with Boeing test pilot Mike Cizo to see how the aircraft is flown.
Hey, I'm here with pilot Michael Cizo. Check this out. Hey, tell us exactly where we are.
We're in the ground control station, or GCS, where we remotely control the X-48 based on all these displays, and the full cockpit setup is here, so I have all the information necessary for flight and monitor all the parameters to stay airborne and safely land.
That's awesome. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely, we're ready to start the mission.
Let's go.
We're ready to launch on that 2-3 right. My clearance for takeoff, and we'll call you airborne. Launch is ready. Power's coming in. Ready. Go on, look out. Good engines.
Skyroad 3, airborne. Nice liftoff.
10,000 and below. We're now passing 2,700. Switch over to sport. You can see this display shows my heads out view, and that's what the nose of the plane is seeing. And on this display here, that's my ground track coming up, and then that's actually the circle. The actual airplane is that little dot here where we are. That's an impact predictor that if we had to, if some unfortunate event happened, we had to terminate this remote control vehicle, that's where it would go.
Really?
With the flight path.
Is it me or is this thing moving?
It's interesting. It feels like it's moving. If you look at this and look outside, you feel like it's moving, but it's actually not. And that's one of the things that we have to deal with, is that there's no motion inside here, and we have to imagine what it'd be like on the airplane. Chase will be a right-hand turn, 180 at the end of the area. We're approaching 5,000 feet MSL now. Basically, our flights last about 30 to 35 minutes, so that's about how much time we have fuel for.
Yeah, fuel for.
Yeah, Chase, we're coming right now. Coming right now. Decent sun angle on the camera. Yeah.
So how long have you been flying as a pilot?
Over 20 years.
Right on.
So, Chase will be at the end of the area. I'll be your right-hand turn back. I look forward to actually being able to fly this airplane when it comes out full scale.
I'm sure you are.
My normal landing is speed brake position 1. I've set that up. We're running our before landing checks now. And I'm basically heading outbound, and I'll be starting a turn looking for the landing runway. Unfortunately, I don't have a 360-degree view like your name suggests, but what I'm doing is if I need any help, I'll use Chase, but actually having the view out the plane and also the God's eye view here helping
I'm
set
watching
up.
that,
Yep.
right.
And we're going to be landing basically on the southern edge of the boundary, coming down for the landing point there.
Gotcha.
Then we actually do have an artificial, like an instrument landing system that helped me tell me whether I'm high or low on glide path or left or right of center line. And now I can see the runway that I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah.
And eventually the markers will start coming in with the instrument landing.
Touchdown. That's awesome.
Brakes applied. And another flight of the X-48 complete.
Smooth landing.
Yeah.
Hey, this was a lot of fun.
Oh.
This is awesome. Thank you so much for your
You're
time.
welcome.
Quick question for you. How are automobiles tested to make sure they're safe? You crash test them, right? You've probably seen this before. Crash test dummies are placed into cars and then they're slammed into walls or other cars to be sure the car is safe. Well, believe it or not, NASA does crash testing, just not on cars.
There's a unique facility out at NASA Langley called the Landing Impact Research Facility, where this type of crash testing takes place. Tons of things have been crash tested out here over the years, including small general aviation aircraft and even next-generation spacecraft designs. But one of the most recent vehicles tested out here was an MD-500 helicopter. Think about it. Helicopters are being used quite a bit these days for air ambulances, traffic reports, police surveillance, and of course military uses. Although helicopters are extremely safe, according to federal crash statistics, they crash at a rate of about 3 times higher than other commercial aircraft.
Now, some major limitations of helicopters are that because they fly so close to the ground, they face many more obstacles. And of course, they can't glide like a fixed-winged aircraft can. This is where the testing at NASA comes in.
A unique accordion-shaped airbag called the Deployable Energy Absorber is being developed to help prevent passenger injuries in case of a hard landing or crashes. This accordion shape is interesting because it deploys like a traditional airbag, but it doesn't have some of the drawbacks seen in traditional airbags.
So think of an airbag like this balloon here. If you hit the ground like this, it offers lots of protection. But most crashes have an element of crush with shear, and a traditional airbag may not handle the shear very well.
NASA researchers believe that because this accordion-shaped structure is designed to take crush and shear loads from many different directions, the vehicle occupant's survivability chances would greatly improve. But to validate this belief, a crash test needed to be performed. So NASA borrowed an MD-500 helicopter from the Army, then equipped it with instruments to collect 160 channels of data from the craft and 4 crash test dummies. 3 of the dummies were standard crash test dummies, but the 4th was a special unit provided by Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab that measured possible internal injuries of an occupant. So on the day of the test, NASA technicians outfitted the underside of the helicopter's crew and passenger compartment with a composite accordion-shaped structure. The helicopter was then suspended about 35 feet into the air and then released.
1, release.
So how did it turn out for the crash test dummies? Well, engineers say the helicopter and its passengers survived this severe crash relatively intact as a result of the deployable energy absorber. Engineers plan more tests soon to further validate this design.
If this idea is someday used in real-world conditions, it will almost certainly save lives. Of course, NASA engineers believe this technology could also be used in passenger cars. Okay, so we know NASA is working hard to make flying even safer than it is today, but there's still lots of people out there who are afraid to fly. If you're one of those people, listen up, because Johnny went to the airport with a NASA engineer who will hopefully allay those flying fears.
Think about it. Nearly every day you probably hop in your car to drive somewhere, right? And I bet you hardly ever think about how dangerous it can actually be. In fact, driving in the US is so dangerous, there are literally millions of accidents every year. So statistically, every one of us will be in a car accident at least once in our lifetime. Now, even knowing how dangerous driving can be, I personally can't think of anyone that's afraid to drive, or at least ride in a car. But what about the fear of flying? Come on, don't you know somebody that's afraid to fly? Huh, yeah. In fact, the fear of flying ranks in the top 5 phobias in the world, right behind fear of snakes. Ugh. But is this fear rational? Well, I can't answer that, but I can tell you that flying is much safer and much greener, thanks to NASA research. Anna, how are you?
Hey, Johnny.
Good to see you.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Good, good. Thank you so much for meeting me out here at the airport.
Sure.
Right off the bat, you know, we hear that flying is safe.
Yeah.
How safe is flying?
Well, flying is still the safest form of transportation. A lot of people feel safer in their cars, but really airplanes by far are the safest form of transportation.
Really?
And at NASA, you know, we're not only making the airplane safer, considerably safer, we're also making the airplane more efficient. We are addressing the environmental challenge for aviation.
So how does NASA do their testing? I mean, is it still done in wind tunnels, or?
We do a lot of wind tunnel testing. We also do ground testing for our structures and materials. We actually make panels or parts of airplanes.
Oh, wow.
We shake them to death. We break them sometimes
Really?
on purpose to find out where the breakage points will be. We also do things, we do flight tests. At NASA Dryden, we actually fly, do new technologies of airplanes on current aircraft. to see how they'll perform. We do testing out at our NASA Glenn facility on engines, combustors and turbines, and look at new blades that will go inside the airplane engines to make sure they're very, very efficient. So we do considerably a lot of testing on the ground, in the sky, and then we also do something in the computers. We create very elaborate mathematical models so that we can predict how things will perform in the computer before they actually happen.
Wow.
So that when someone asks us, how do we know this technology works?
Yeah.
We've done the testing in a wind tunnel or a flight test or an engine test, and then we also have a mathematical model that simulates that performance the same way that it happened in a lab.
Really?
So that we can use our math tools to design new technologies accurately and predict what their performance will be.
All right, so growing up as a kid, I grew up kind of near an airport. Yeah, lots of noise.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Are we doing anything about this?
Oh, yes. Noise reduction is a part of the environmental challenge we really have. We want to, airplanes are so vital to our economy, we have to keep flying, and we're going to increase the number of airplanes that are flying. But we cannot increase the amount of noise that we create.
Okay.
So we are developing technologies for the airframe, the airplane itself, as well as the engine to reduce how much noise that's been created. A long-term goal is to contain all the noise the airplane creates in the airport boundary. So if you live next to the airport like you did growing up, you won't actually hear the airplanes taking off and landing. This involves technology within the engine, believe it or not, and as well as on the outside of the engine, on the cowling of the engine. In fact, we've created something working with Boeing and many other partners called chevrons. They look like little teeth on the back end of the engine, and those actually reduce the noise that the engine creates. Then on the airplane itself, we're looking at how you can change parts of the wings, the front end, we call the leading edge, as well as the back edge, the trailing edge of the wing, so we can smooth it out so there's less edges, so we create quieter flight. Wow. And we're looking at reducing the noise, even at the landing gear create noise, so you wouldn't even think. Our challenges today are to make the airplane even safer than they are today, so we reduce the mishaps and any problems that we have on airplanes.
Sure.
But also our goals for environmental conservancy are huge. We want to reduce how much fuel the airplane uses by 40% and in the long term 70%. Wow. You're not getting a 70% reduction in how much fuel the airplane burns by using today's technology.
True.
So we have to bring in new technology to make the airplane even lighter than it is today without sacrificing safety and in fact improving safety while we're doing it.
Anna, thank you so much for everything.
Thanks a bunch, it was great.
It was a lot of fun today.
Thanks.
Definitely. And guys, so anybody out there that's afraid of flying, don't be. You heard what she had to say, right?
For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
We're going to understand how they perform. We're going to make those technologies ready for tomorrow.
Check it out. Now we're at the races.
So if you hit the ground like this, it's going to offer lots of protection, right? Oh, well. And that was not sheer, that's just, yeah, so.
But researchers also need to see this craft fly in the real world. And what better place to do it than where the, guy's like waving over, all right.
And we're also going to see how NASA is flying. Yeah. Sorry, what else we see?
Tom, I don't think we need that page. We're good.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is May the 19th, 2025. I want to welcome everyone back. It's been a while. We do have a quorum, and I'll call this meeting to order. The first order of business is to get a motion and a second for the approval of our last meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
I'll second. Got a motion by Miss Mary and a second by Chuck. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, I guess we'll start this meeting off with something new that Parks and Rec has come up with. The big wave. Is that Kathy?
It is.
All right, Kathy, tell us about the big wave. Is that like this? Or what?
We are going to partner with the fire department. So the big wave is they're going to shoot water out of fire hoses onto the kids in the back parking lot at Pavilion B. It's scheduled for June 2nd from noon to 1:30, and we'll be giving away popsicles. So it's just kind of an outdoor water day for the kids after school gets out.
Would they be allowed to drink from the hose?
I wouldn't, but but yeah, so it'll be fun. There's a hydrant in the back, so we put it at Pavilion B.
Has Andrew checked what is that thing my dad used to swear by it? The Farmer's Almanac for the weather for that day?
We haven't, but that'll add more water to us if it's a big wave day.
Yep.
As long as it's not lightning.
Hey, that's an event, rain or shine there.
Yeah, as long as it's not lightning.
As long as there's no lightning, we can have it.
So we need to, is that on the thing you put on Facebook, rain or shine, depending?
I don't know if we put rain or shine on it specifically. We usually update it as we go, but it is rain or shine as long as there's no lightning or thunder. So.
Explain it. I mean, you said it's the fire department come out with hoses and spray what?
They're going to hook up to the fire hydrant in the back of the park, and they're just going to shoot the fire hoses, the water up and come down, and it's going to rain on the kids. It's like a big sprinkler for the kids out in the back parking lot. Yeah.
I thought it was some kind of slide or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of communities and schools that do this, so we just wanted to provide it to the community here.
Yep.
So it's going to be at Pavilion B.
Correct, because that is where the fire hydrant's located.
Are they going to be in the grass or out on the asphalt?
They're going to be on the asphalt.
On the asphalt, where to be good and warm.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm looking forward to that. I hope we can get the word out and get a bunch of kids to come out. And are the adults invited?
Adults are actually required to be there. It's adult supervision required for the kids. If an adult wants to get in the water, they're more than welcome. Nice. But they do have to stay. A child cannot participate without an adult.
Can they not be going through the school to advertise it?
This one we are not going through the school, only because school will be out right before. Right. So pretty much Facebook. We've got flyers out at the library, and Miss Donna's going to hand them out after her reading programs as well. So we're trying to hit all the LaVergne. We've got flyers out, I believe, at the new Public Works building as well, because it has foot traffic.
Nice. The more advertisement, the better. Any more questions or comments? All right. We will move on to Learning Made Fun, back to the basics, auto mechanics workshop. And while we're on that topic, how did the handyman stuff, how did it go?
It went good. It was fun. We had, gosh, I can't remember now, maybe 18 children show up. It was a lot of fun. We had Bobby, John, and Jeffrey helped teach the Build a Bird Feeder class. And you had families participating together, and then they got to take their bird feeder, and we gave them some little bird seeds to take home.
Oh, that's right, the birdhouse thing. That's what it was called.
Yeah. So it was a good time.
So tell us about the auto mechanics.
All right, so we are going to partner with Public Works on this one. It's ages 15 and up. Starts at 6 o'clock at the multipurpose building. Right now I have 7 registered. We're going to cut it off at 25. LaVergne residents do have priority. It is a free clinic for a refresher or learning course in basic tire pressure, check your tire pressure, jumping a battery, checking your headlights, anything basic maintenance, just in case anything happens while you're on the road, you're prepared.
That's on a
Changing a tire. Huh?
On a Friday?
It is a Friday at 6 o'clock, correct?
I may need to do that.
Is that something you need to attend, Felicia?
I think I might need to. My son would appreciate it.
I'm going to tell you, I grew up, me and a gentleman was talking about it today, you know, I grew up with the common sense aspect of building a birdhouse or doing maintenance on a vehicle, and a lot of kids nowadays are extremely smart, educational wise. But if we can get some people out there, I'm sure their mom and dad would actually approve it, especially if you're going to change them how to, or teach them how to change a flat tire.
I don't know. I saw some kids at Mapco one time, and they were taking the lug nuts off the hood cap that were built onto it, and I had to show them how to do it.
Well, that's what I mean. But look, what you might have made a difference from there on out.
Well, if I didn't, they'd have killed somebody.
And I know with Kevin there, him being in the grass cutting business, how important it is to be able to at least do a little bit of basic stuff.
Right, just a little stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like the idea.
I couldn't
It's
get
a good
my
idea.
driver's license until I learned how to, the mechanics of the cars.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I guess word of mouth, social media is about the only way to get this out there. You can't go to schools and
No. Right, we can, and again, we've got the flyers at Library, Public Works. I believe they're here at City Hall already up as well. So, and social media. And this is, since we limited it to 25, we are pretty much advertising in the LaVergne groups only for this one right now.
all right, anybody got any more questions or comments?
Sounds good to me.
Summer movie nights.
All right, so we've got 3 movies scheduled for this summer. We've bought a screen to put in the multipurpose building. That way we're not having to worry about weather canceling us at the last minute at the park. Our first movie is June 13th. It is Encanto. Starts at 6 o'clock. Gates open, or doors open at 5:30.
What's the name of it?
It's Encanto, children's movie.
Spell it.
Encanto.
Is that a dog movie?
No, it is not.
Big kid, baby.
Okay.
Kevin been watching it with his grandkids.
Yeah, you like it.
Our second movie is scheduled for July 8th. It's Paddington in Peru.
I know that one.
Now, I know what that one is.
And our third movie is August 8th, but we've not chosen that movie yet. All movies are at 6 o'clock, doors open at 5:30. Low profile camp chairs and blankets are allowed, and we're giving away free popcorn and waters.
Nice. What, I don't want to bring up a sore subject, Andrew. Whatever happened to our big screen blow up?
We still have it. Yeah, the hardest part, we're still using the all the sound equipment and projectors with the movie screen there and the multi-purpose, but we still have the big screen for the football field.
That wind is terrible.
The wind's what gets us, yeah. So that's why we decided to move it inside this year, because we didn't want to have cancellations, and we usually have somewhere between 50 to 75 kids that come out to watch the movie, so the multi-purpose holds up to 200. So we feel like we should be able to fit them in this year.
And if it's real hot during those dates, we got
We have air conditioning, yep. And the restrooms are located right there, so.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's very friendly to the community coming in and watching the movie.
Free popcorn and water. I like that. Any questions or comments? All right, I guess we'll move on to Independence Day celebration. What day is Independence Day on this year?
It will be on July 4th. 6 o'clock, gates open at 5:30.
Friday.
Ray Raddick Band is the band that's performing this year.
Who?
Ray Raddick Band. RAERADICK.
We had them before?
We have not. They do tour here locally in Nashville. They have 4 singers in their group. And we have 18 vendors right now registered as far as food vendors and a toy vendor for the event.
What type of music do they sing?
They're a cover band. They do 80s, they do some country, they do a few different genres. They have 4 singers, so they're able to pretty much do different types of music instead of just the one twang or whatever.
Have you ever heard them sing?
We watched their videos before we reached out to them.
That's why I was going to ask you, spell it for me one more time so I can Google it.
RAERADICK. They have a female lead singer, but it does have 4 singers. And there's a few of the videos that has a male singer as well that you can hear. So they're pretty good.
And they'll start at 6
They
to
start
8.
at 6, and they'll play all the way until about 8:30, 8:45 until the fireworks start.
Is that, what day is July 4th though?
It's a Friday.
Everything on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Good Friday.
That's right.
Yeah?
Friday, birthday on Friday.
So you think you'll get more food vendors or more?
I probably will, because you usually get the bulk of your vendors register at the last minute. We've already got 18 registered. But 4th of July is our biggest foot traffic event. So we want to make sure we have enough to accommodate everybody.
You think we'll ever have another beer garden?
I don't know. That I don't know. With the beer vendor we had, they never sold enough to make it worth coming out with all the fees and inventory. And the beer garden was pretty much a tack on with the beer vendor.
And if I remember correctly, Mother Nature wasn't very kind either.
It was not. There were a few years there in a row that...
There's an opportunity for you, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, like she said, I did check into it, but man, there's a bunch of fees that goes along with that. All right, any questions about July 4th? All right, this is the one I've been waiting on. Andrew will take this one, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. So
Soccer.
I know we've been working on soccer probably for 2 or 3 years now, and this fall we're having soccer in LaVergne. The North Rutherford YMCA there in Smyrna and Sam Ridley is moving their soccer operation over to Veterans Park, and this fall they're going to be using the back baseball fields and the outfields to host kids. The age ranges that they serve right now is currently comprised of 3-year-olds through 8-year-olds. However, a 9-year-old can play if their birthday occurs during the season. The registration for the fall season begins June 17th this year, and you can sign up on the YMCA website, North Rutherford YMCA website, or at the North Rutherford YMCA there on Sam Ridley. And their registration fees will be, depending on if you're a Y member or not, between $75 and $97 for the season. The season lasts August to October. I know they're excited coming over here because they get an opportunity to grow. They're currently just using the grass area behind their facility now. So by letting them use 4 fields, they have an opportunity to grow, plus possibly future expansion to more age brackets.
I'll let you all start. I got a bunch of questions, so I won't bore you with mine.
So what was the age one more time?
Right now it's 3 through 8.
3 through 8.
Yep, but unless a kid turns 9 during the season,
Right.
So basically 3 through 9, roughly.
Do they plan to expand it?
If it goes well, that's depending. Right now, it is a use agreement just for the fall season, but they said if it goes well, they fully intend to fully move their operations here permanently.
Does the city have any responsibility or anything we have to do?
The only thing, we maintain the ball fields now,
Mhm.
so we're still maintaining those. They come out initially and line the fields how they want it to their specs, depending on each age bracket, and then from there, they provide the paint this year, so our staff will paint the fields.
You got any questions?
I think it's great. Soccer's finally coming back to LaVergne. My daughter played with the YMCA when they had it at Fergus Park, so, and that was with no bathrooms, no nothing. So
I remember that.
it was still pretty busy over there. So I think it's great.
Currently, I believe this past season they had 12 teams, and it just depends on the ages. But they said that depending, they would use 2 to 4 fields on a Saturday. Usually, I think the way they work right now, they practice during the week, and then they have games on Saturday mornings for the kids.
I'll mark that question off.
All right.
And you said 75 to 97, depending.
75 to 97, and that depends on if your family's a Y member. They said currently participants in the league that they have now, about 70% is not Y members. So, and it's open to any kid in the community, surrounding areas. It's not just for Y members only.
That's an odd amount.
That's what I thought. 97. That just seems odd.
And they did not raise their prices. That was the spring prices, and they had talked about a possible price increase, but they did not.
So I can bring my granddaughter down and play, Steve.
As long as you ain't coaching.
Yeah.
We don't need you out there.
I'm going to be the assistant. I'm going to be around.
So some of my questions, and I'll follow a little bit up with what Chuck asked. So they're going to start 3 to 8, possibly 9, depending on your birthday cutoff.
Yes.
And so that will be like a trial basis if it blossoms.
As of right now, I believe our fields would only be able to hold up to possibly a 10-year-old playing at Veterans Park. If they were to go older than that, they would have to also use their YMCA site there on Sam Ridley to host the older kids to play out in the field behind the facility. So if it was to ever expand to veterans, it'd probably be only to 10 years old, I would assume.
Okay, so you said they're using the backfields
Yes,
by Pavilion B.
that's correct.
So if those will accommodate a 8 or 9, you don't think the front fields, because they're bigger, would accommodate an older age group?
They're, all 8 fields at veterans are the same size.
I thought one was 170 and the other ones were 200.
No, they're all 200-foot fences.
Really?
Yep. Now, we can change the bases. You might be thinking about that.
No, I've been playing up there and coaching for 25 years. I didn't know that.
All the fences are 200-foot fences on both complexes.
So what, I know y'all have talked about it. We haven't talked about it, but what's your plans for the front 4 fields?
Currently, in the spring, we've had a homeschool league, Legacy Homeschool Resource Center, that they've been practicing and using the facility for their home softball games, and they've been hosting games there at Veterans Park on fields 3 and 4. They've also been using the field for some boys baseball practice currently, so I would expect them to want to come back again in the spring. Also, I know there's been some interest as far as renting the fields also.
What about once soccer starts, will they be using the concession stand?
As of right now, they don't use the concession stand. And they pretty much just focus on the aspect of recreational soccer. They do have an attendant from the Y at each event that unlocks the facility, the bathrooms, the gates, and they stay on site the entire time. But as of right now, they said that they don't want to focus on concessions at the moment.
It'd be a good place for somebody to come and set up something.
A beer garden.
Yeah, a beer garden. Yeah, well, I'm excited, Andrew. When do you, that's going to, the sign-ups will start
Yeah,
June
the
17th?
registration starts June 17th.
Will they do that up there or through the Y?
That'll be through the Y. And all their coaches are background checked.
Is this something that we can actually, as collectively, as a group, start talking about?
Yes.
It's a done deal.
Yep. Boma's signed off on the paperwork or voted on the contract. It was approved at the last board meeting. And it's been sent to the Y, and they're going to start advertising it.
And I'm assuming the kids that are members of the Y will already have a T-shirt and stuff, and if you're not a member, they'll have to order you one.
Yes.
For $97. 95 or 100? No, 97.
Well, you know, you don't want to pay 100.
Sounds bad, don't it?
It's like $19.99.
Yeah.
It's not 20.
That's great, Andrew. I know you and David has been working on that for a long time, and I think it's, as Felicia said, it's.
I think it'll be a good foundation to start out with. You know, they're organized now. People respect the Y. They know it's a good organization. I think that'll definitely help bring out people too. So I think, like I said, it'll be a good groundwork to start out with.
Good stuff. Any more questions or comments?
Not on the soccer, but are they going to have baseball, softball this summer?
This year, we haven't put out a RFP, so we did not have spring ball.
Let me ask you a question. If we got an open field, can any individual just come out and, I guess, rent it?
Yes, we are in the process of, once BOMA passes the new budget, the fee schedule will be updated, so then the community can rent the fields.
Okay. Yeah, because my boys want to do, like, some football training. Can they use the field for that?
You can rent the football field also, and then there's also, even if they're not right, if they want to do it right now, right there at the front island near the Veterans Wall, it's lighted at night and it's pretty flat. A lot of kids come out and practice football and soccer now, so if that's something, yeah, that is something. After July 1st, we're going to start renting out the fields once BOMA passes all the fee schedule.
So I will throw you under the bus, Andrew.
All right.
So what's new?
I don't do it often.
I don't do it often.
But I want it to be on camera.
Yeah.
What seems to be the big hiccup with the opening of the restrooms up there?
The restrooms, we do open them during the day, and on the weekends when our staff is there, there's been a extreme amount of vandalism that has continued day in and day out. If we had been leaving the bathrooms open for rentals on the weekend at night because our staff goes home at 5, then they'd get vandalized. We've had a lot of graffiti. A urinal was broken off the wall. Somebody kicked it and broke it. Just a lot of profanity and things that you don't want your younger children especially to see. So that's the reason why those bathrooms are being locked up in the evening time. And even on the outside of the facility, we've had a lot of vandalism. We've had a window broken last week. Somebody climbed up on top of the roof, broke the window out. And so there's a lot of instances that we're trying to help stop as much as possible. And there's a lot of other activities, drugs.
People sleeping there.
People sleeping there, doing things with each other in the bathrooms.
Oh, it's quite the lively spot.
Yeah, it's not. We're trying to curb some of that activity, and that's the reason. But they are open when our staff is at the facility.
Have we asked the police to step their presence up there?
They do cruise through on a regular basis. A lot of times the kids hide behind the building, and then when the police leave, they come out and do what they're going to do. And it's unfortunate. I'd love, and of course, if you want to take your children to the park, or even yourself, you definitely want a restroom facility. But the cost that we are incurring due to vandalism is rather high right now.
And the citizens that are watching this later should understand that there's no feasible way that our Parks Department has a budget to put somebody up there full time the whole time. And to add to that, the old saying about if you see something, say something. If you see weird stuff going on, please don't hesitate to call the non-emergency number for the police, because it is it's a community challenge, and it's a community. It takes a village, more or less, to help do with that. But I just wanted to let people know and hear it from the parks mouth that it's not because we're just.
Yeah, it's certainly not because we're just not unlocking them. We have them open when staff's there, but I want to provide you the best quality product I can, and I can't do that if I'm continually getting to the point that the profanity and vandalism is more than we can take care of and do our normal job duties.
All right, looks like our next meeting will be July the 21st at 5 o'clock right here. So between now and then, we will have done the big wave, the mechanic things, the summer movie night, Independence Day. So Chuck, we'll expect you to bring your lady friend out for the big wave and get wet. She'll enjoy that.
Maybe.
We'll expect you to take her to the auto mechanic workshop. God knows she needs to learn that. So
she won't be here for 4th of July though. So
well, we'll somehow try to. Can we just cancel it?
Just cancel it all off.
Just cancel it all off. All right, we'll start with Miss Felicia. You got any comments?
No, I think it's great that soccer's coming. And it is sad that we have to keep the bathrooms closed, but
Yeah.
I totally understand why.
Miss Mary Jane?
I'm with Alicia because every once in a while I'll go out there, ride around in the park. And I said, I'm surprised I hadn't got arrested for vagrancy sometimes.
Everybody knows you.
Mr. Oliver? Got any comments?
No, I want to, well, maybe we'll talk about it after this. I wanted to see what's going on in the Cedar Grove part of what's the name of the school? Right next
Lake Elementary out there?
across from the high school.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
Cedar Grove.
Cedar Grove.
Is that Smyrna or LaVergne?
Well,
That's a good, That's a good question.
So
It's on the line.
Flip a coin.
half of LaVergne's football field is Smyrna and half is LaVergne, and then Cedar Grove is the same thing because they have students from LaVergne and from Smyrna. It's my understanding back in, and Felicia can correct me, 1972, when
I was a little bit too young then to remember.
well, no, but you know the stories.
You know the story.
Apparently, when LaVergne became incorporated and all of LaVergne High School went to Smyrna, and then when Smyrna split off, and then it became LaVergne and Smyrna, then they built Cedar Grove. They built it on the line also. So the answer to your question is yes and no.
It depends.
As far as getting the basketball gym, if that's where you're going, Smyrna's got that wrapped up.
Well, I was just trying to get the outside part and fixed up. The outside goes in the.
Oh.
Yeah, the outside area.
I'll tell you.
Right there, 'cause
I'll tell you who you
it's
need.
A nice little area right there.
You kind of got an inside connection on that. You talk with your wife, Miss Oliver, and have her to talk to the school board members.
Yeah, but she was saying it's Smyrna. She was.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's county.
It's
It's not a city school. It's a county school.
County school.
So your school board members over in that area, I don't know if that would be Phil Wilson, maybe. No,
You know?
I'm not sure.
I don't have
But
school
it is
board.
it's the
yeah,
school
it's
board.
definitely county school board.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if it would be. I know it ain't your wife. I know it's not Laura Davison. I know it's not Carl Boyd. If any of the four that we have, it would be Phil Wilson. But I'm not sure about that either. So you might have to check into that. But yeah, that's all the schools are counties except for Murfreesboro City Schools.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But,
I'll figure out who to talk to, because the kids could use that. They won't be around all these other kids out there, you know, in the way. Now I can practice with them out there and without all the commotion and all the, you know, all that hoopla going on. So
yeah,
that's
I get
what
it.
I was thinking about.
Chuck?
Actually, I do have something. June 14th, I'm going to be teaching a class at the library for all ages. I'm going to be teaching how to make masks. No cost to anybody. I've been collecting supplies and doing everything. So this starts at 10 o'clock, and it'll go to we're done or the library closes.
You're going to have to go a little deeper in detail.
Yeah, so I made that Halloween mask.
Oh, that kind of mask.
Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be Halloween. It can be whatever you want. But after Halloween, I collected a bunch of those Jason hockey masks and, got a bunch of stuff on clearance. But I've got stuff to make superhero or whatever you want. And I got stuff for adults to do. So it's going to be open to anybody.
You need to make sure you put that out there. Send a thing to Kathy or Molly. They'll.
Yeah, Miss Donna's supposed to be working on it. I gave her some pictures last week so she can get it ready. Should be out this week.
All right. So as bad as it saddens me what Andrew was talking about with, I remember when they built Veterans Park. We were playing behind the senior center. And when they built that park up there, it was probably one of the sweetest things ever.
Mm-hmm.
And
One of the best.
it's a great
The best ones, yes.
it's a great park. Unfortunately, the vandalism is ridiculous, and I've been up there before, and I've heard the rhetoric, I've heard the kids. The language, their attitudes. I wish there was something that we could do, but like I said, it takes a village, and I wish that it wasn't like that. And I guess next meeting we'll be talking about the Fall Festival. I know Kathy will be bringing that up. I'm excited about soccer, so we can start talking about it now, so we can get it out there. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
he's going to be great. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. But reading foreman, did you know summer reading's almost over?
Already?
I know, we just started, it seemed like.
Wow.
But we have all next week. You can keep reading books and getting prizes, or listening to books. You can listen to books too and get prizes. Now, what's our last day of summer reading? Do you remember? Oh, maybe she may know. Yes, you got it. Yay, you. The 29th is our last day of summer reading. That's our last day. You can check out books that count as a prize, and then you have 2 weeks after that to pick up your prizes. We still got a lot of prizes, don't we? We want to have boys and girls come and get all these prizes they've earned. Do you know anything else, reading foreman? That's it? Oh, okay.
Well, very little today.
All right. Well, let's get started.
Okay.
Do you know his name? You know our special guest name today?
We have Mr. Bob Tarter here with us
With
today.
NHECM. He's going to put on a great show. I know he is. But we cannot holler our slogan today, can we?
No. You guys know why we can't holler it today?
Because the animals could get like...
Because we don't want the animals going crazy. That's right. No crazy animals today. So we are going to whisper our slogan, build a better world. Because we are building a better world all summer. So let's do that on the count of 3. Build a better world and whisper. 1, 2, 3. Build a better world. Hey, Mr. Bob Tarter.
Thank you. Good morning. Very good. My name is Bob Tarter. I'm with NHECM. If you have ever remembered seeing a wildlife program with me before, raise your hand, please. Good. We like repeats. Hands down. If you have ever seen me give a wildlife program, you know we'll have a good time. You do not believe me? You can ask me. I'll tell you all about it. Now, whenever we have a wildlife program, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Whenever we have a wildlife program, there are 3 rules you all need to follow. Now, I have to tell you, 2016 was a very important calendar year for me and my company. I actually now travel to over 10 states. Bless you. We now visit all the way down to Natchitoches, Louisiana. It is spelled Natchitoches for those people that don't know how to talk. Earlier this week, I was in High Point, North Carolina. Now, we are doing about 250 schools during the school year. During the summer of the last week in May, June, and July, I have myself and other programmers running around. We do another 200 programs during June and July. Now, with that, we're going to have a lot of fun, and there's always a lot of vocabulary. Now, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Last year, with the nationwide Harry Potter Day at the Clarksville, Tennessee Public Library, they had me conduct a Care of Magical Creatures program. I brought a hedgehog, a legless lizard, a Burmese python, and the eagle owl. 1,487 people showed up for one event. I did not charge nearly enough for that one. They want me back. I want $5 a head. We also did the lowest attended program ever conducted, and that was at the Luxora, Arkansas Public Library. 3 people showed up, and 2 of them were the librarians working that day. They actually closed that branch now. But whenever we have a program, doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000, there are 3 rules, and most of you are doing good. Rule 1, I want your bottoms all the way on your carpet, sitting crisscross applesauce, hands in your laps. If you can see my hands, you'll see these animals. Do not worry, I drink a lot of tea. I'm going to be walking around the entire time. While I'm walking around with these animals in my hands, I can watch my feet. If you have your hand or your foot in the aisle and I step on it, it's not going to feel good. I'm a big fat guy. Be careful, it starts on your 30s. So rule 1, stay seated, stay quiet. Rule 2, do you think there's anything interesting with me today? Yes, that means you're going to have questions. Questions are great. Questions I will learn. Rule 2 states we save our questions for the end of the program. We go over them as a group. Rule 2 is everyone's favorite because Rule 2 means you get to hang out longer with me. So save your questions. We will go over them at the end. Rule 3, I want to see how smart you all are. I'll be asking you questions. If you have an answer to one of my questions, I want you to raise your hand. You don't want to holler out the answers. We don't want to scare these animals. Now these are 3 simple, easy rules. Stay seated, stay quiet, save your questions. If you have an answer to one of mine, you can raise your hand. Everyone that wants to stay here, see the animals, and follow my 3 rules, raise your hand, please. Good. Hands down. Does anybody want to break the rules, make me upset, and be told to leave? No, we don't want to do that. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Parents, grandparents, caregivers, thank you very much for bringing yourselves and your little ones here for our wildlife program. Please feel free to take as many pictures you like during the program, but this is now time to silence and vibrate your phone. If your phone goes off while I'm talking, you will be volunteer for stuff you do not want to be a part of. Most importantly, in the social happy media world we live in, you can post any pictures of me and my animals on whatever social media page you choose to. I just do ask you to be aware who is in the background of these photos. Some parents do not want their child in your social media page. You need to respect that. Conversely, you have to understand you are here in a public building. You're at the public library. We'll be taking pictures today. You may end up on the library's Facebook page. You may end up in the newspaper. If you do not want this, tough, deal with it. Seriously, people are now beginning to complain to me about the way their hair looked on Facebook. I don't care. Now, how many of you can tell me by raise your hand, what is the theme to your summer reading program this year? What is the theme? Go. Build a better world. Very good, build a better world. Now, the build a better world can be in many different ways. One of the things I like to do to build a better world is I hate seeing trash on the ground. Whenever I'm walking around, I always pick up the trash. That's why my pockets are always filthy. Because I like to throw things away. Building a better world could be something as living more healthy, making good life decisions, or it could be literally physically building things to help our family out and help our own kind out. Now, the animal lineup that we have with us today is called the Desert Dwellers. This is a program that is going to have animals living in communities in the desert. Now, if you were here with Miss Shauna, she brought you the animals that live in a rainforest. A rainforest can rain almost every day. But a desert is going to be very little precipitation. It has nothing to do with temperature, though. 78% of Antarctica is actually a desert, even though the temperatures don't get above freezing, there's snow on the ground. Very little annual precipitation. Now, as always, I'm going to use a lot of vocabulary, mouths closed, ears open. Save your questions. If you haven't answered one of mine, you can raise your hand. This first animal we're going to get out today is special because he's been in my collection for over 3.5 years, and I've never seen him drink water, ever. He doesn't even have a water dish in his enclosure. This creature has a very odd-sounding name. This is the Egyptian Uromastyx. That is spelled U-R-O-M-A-S-T-Y-X. We call him Euro for short. Now, everything in the wild has a job they're supposed to do. There's a term for this. Open ears. New word, niche. Say it, please. Niche. And when you look at this animal, you can theorize their niche or their job. The first thing I always like to look at is an animal's eyes. Now, this guy here has very weird, red, demon-colored looking eyeballs. But when he looks at you, can you see his eyeballs are on the sides of his head? That's telling you this animal is not using depth perception to find his food, meaning his food is not going to run away from him, but he's looking around, trying to make sure that he doesn't become someone's food. Now, do plants get up and run away from you? No. So this animal here is going to be a consumer of only plant material. Plant eater's good. Who can give me that better term? What do we call the consumer that eats only plant material? Go. Help him out. Very good. Herbivore. Say it, please. Herbivores are consumers that eat only plant material and meat. When you think about vegetarian and vegans, those are confused people, and I've never met one I like. I think they're all a little crazy. Now, this animal here is an herbivore, meaning he eats only plant material. He is found in the Middle East and the Sahara-Sudan deserts of Africa. And that's going to be important because he's built to survive in that desert. He has a very long body that is wide, but he's also very flat. And that flat body is going to help him survive. Now, besides being an herbivore, he is also different from us. Take 2 fingers, touch the skin on your neck. Are you warm or cold? Warm. We are a warm-blooded creature. Borrow your hand. Warm or cold? Cold. Cold. He is a cold-blooded creature, meaning he's only going to be as warm as the environment around allows. The warmer he is, the faster he can move, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. This guy right now is about 7 degrees Fahrenheit. When he's as happy as he is at home in his enclosure, he will be right underneath the basking light and he will be 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours during the day. If you're 150 degrees for 12 hours, you're going to be a piece of jerky and dead. Where this animal's actually very happy with it. The warmer he is, the faster he moves, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. Think about this with yourself. If you were a cold-blooded animal and you ate 3 meals a day in the middle of winter, come summertime, when you're running around outside, your body temperature's over 100 degrees, you'd have to eat 164 meals in one day. 1.75 million calories in a 24-hour period. What would you eat? Chocolate, cheesecake, ice cream? I'm more bone and ribeye, bell peppers kind of guy. Now, what you got to understand, this guy, when he wakes up in the morning, the first thing he's going to do is he's going to pop his head out of wherever he spent the night. And the warm solar radiation will start warming up that throat. And that sunlight will warm up his throat. And then he will use his circulatory system, his heart, his arteries, his vein, to start pumping that pre-warm blood around his body. And then he'll have enough energy to climb all the way out of where he spent the night and sit in the full sun. And sitting in that full sun, he will warm up his body to 150 degrees. And then he'll start roaming around looking for food to eat. Now, these chubby cheeks right here are important because this animal lives in a very dry environment, the desert, and the desert plants are going to be much thicker cell walled than our plants here. So those chubby cheeks are actually full of muscles. You can even see he's got a serrated lip edge to it because the plants in the desert are going to be much tougher to be able to keep that moisture in their body. Now, as a warm-blooded animal, when we get hot, we sweat. Now, I know ladies don't sweat, but you glow, glisten, spritz, sparkle, shimmer, shine. You're taking that fluid from the inside of your body and serve your skin. Feel that? No moisture is leaving that area right there. Reminds me of like leather. Now, in the afternoon, the desert sands can actually get too hot, and they can reach up to 225, 250 degrees. He'll climb back in underneath that ground again, underneath that burrow. These front limbs here will dig the hole even farther. Any predator that comes up behind him gets a face full of this medieval mace-like tail. And that tail's used as a weapon to smack things that he does when I grab him. You're okay, I was getting her in the back. What you gotta think of here, this animal's tail, bring your finger down, feels kind of nice. Go up, sometimes he thinks he's a cat, it's the weirdest thing. That tail right there is used as a weapon. There was one day in the fall of the year, he was in his enclosure. He didn't know it was me, his eyes were closed, but I reached in and grabbed him by the midsection. He smacked me so hard, so fast with his tail, looked like I took a cheese grater across my arm 6 times. I was dripping blood from that. Now, classroom household pet, the Euromastic will do very well, survives in a diet of dried black-eyed peas and kale. If you've ever had a dried black-eyed pea that hasn't been soaked properly, you chew it, you can crack a tooth. When he eats it, it sounds like he's crunching ice. Those powerful jaw muscles do it. A little bit of moisture he needs to survive on, this animal gets from that green leafy kale in our diet for us. Now, this is our herbivore. Say it again. Herbivore. You can always look at an animal's anatomy and theorize their niche, that job in the wild forest. Now, there are smaller herbivorous lizards. There are other Euromastics that will actually be more brightly colored. And these animals are going to be blending into the background of the deserts that they live in for us. Now, we're going to go ahead and put him up. Euromastic is actually a pretty nice, easy pet. We're going to get out the next animal. The next animal here has a different niche and a different anatomy for us. This next animal is a creature that eats only other animals. Meat eater's good. Who can give me that better term? You got the last one. You're doing good, though. Help him out. Go.
Consumer.
No. What do we call the consumer that eats only meat, only other animals?
Carnivore.
Very good. Carnivore. Say it, please.
Carnivore.
Now, if I get out of carnivore, do you all need to act properly? Yes. Now, what you got to remember, like I said, I now own and operate my company. I've had my company about 15 years. I do about 500 programs annually. Now, what you have to think about, the cool thing about my job, if I find an animal I want, I pretty much just buy it, make up a program with it. Now, it is illegal in the state of Tennessee to have a venomous snake in captivity. You have to remember I married my attorney, and I brought a venomous lizard. Now, what you got to think of here, you can raise your hand and identify him. What is this, hon?
I was watching a lot of shows about those.
And what is it called?
I forgot what it's called.
Okay, help me out. What's his name? Very good. Catch a bubble, buddy. This is the Gila monster. This is one of 2 venomous lizards we have in North America. Now, look at the anatomy again. We have a very long-bodied lizard that is wide but flat. The key difference is when he looks at you, you see his eyeballs are closer to the front part of his head. That means he's using his eyesight to judge distance. You got to be able to look at the target with both eyes to be able to judge the distance for you. Animals that have their eyes on the side of the head are not judging distance because they're making sure they're not going to become someone's food. The other cool thing about this animal, you see how he's already sticking out his tongue? You see with your eyes, you hear with your ears, you smell with your nose, you touch with your skin. What sense do we use our tongue for? What do we use our tongue for? Taste. This animal here is tasting the air, looking for food, looking for predators. Try and experiment with me. Underneath the black tablecloth, I brought a surprise. Stick your tongue out at it. Can y'all taste the chocolate chip cookies I brought for you? No, I didn't bring any. It's a joke. Your tongue doesn't work like that. You don't get a cookie. This animal here takes his tongue, flicks it through the ear, where he then pulls that scintillated particle tongue to the inside of their body. Once it's on the inside of their body, there's a hole to rip them out. Feel like a brand new basketball or beads? Which one do you feel?
Basketball.
I grew up on a farm. I think it feels like Indian corn that's dried on the cob. Again, a very thick hide that's keeping that moisture in his body. Now, when you see a brightly colored, slow-moving animal that is not afraid of you, that is Mother Nature telling you not to mess with it. This creature is venomous. Sit on your bottom, ladies. You're doing good. Venomous is something that gets injected into your body. Poison is something that is ingested in your body. There's a difference for that. Now, this brightly colored carnivore will be found in the desert Southwest, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. And he will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes the air and finds a ground-dwelling nest, most of your desert animals are going to be nesting on the ground because there's very few trees in the desert. So this guy here will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes, it could be a roadrunner, a quail, or even a jackrabbit. This animal will walk all the way up to that nest. And the parents protecting that nest will see this brightly colored, slow-moving carnivore that is venomous and go, you know, we can always make new babies next year. And the parents will abandon the nest. And this animal will go in eating all of the eggs, all of the babies in that nest. They then will convert all the calories from that food that they've just eaten into fat, storing it in that tail. Squeeze it. Feels like a sausage, doesn't it? It's really weird. This animal here may only eat a week or two in the spring and survive 50 weeks on the fat deposits in his tail alone. That's usually the point of the program where these elementary teachers say inappropriate things about their fat deposits in their tail. It makes a married man like me uncomfortable. Now, what these little guys will do is they will be just roaming around, tasting the air, find that food. A very thick hide again, keeping that precious moisture in their body. Remember, venom is something injected, poison is something that is ingested in you. Now, this animal is different. When he gets ready to bite a predator or prey, he moves very slowly. A venomous snake has a very quick strike, stabbing it into it, where this guy here doesn't do anything in a hurry. When this animal gets ready to bite, he moves very slowly. If you can't get yourself out of the way of it, you deserve to get bit by it. Now, the teeth on the lower jaw of this animal are actually hollow, biting into it. Now, for you to understand how this works, on your bottom crisscross, son, you have to take some chemistry for me. When I was a little bitty kid, I'd always look at the tallest tree and wonder, how does water go from the ground all the way up to the top of the tree? In your body, you have your heart, which is your pump, and your arteries and your veins. Relax, I'll tell you when the vein is going to get a lot worse. She's trying to use you as a shield. Now, in that tree, we have xylem and phloem. And what they are doing is the xylem and phloem are moving the sap and the water around. And that's going to be the cool part of this. Water likes to touch itself as well as touch other things. Adhesion and cohesion. Catch a bubble. Now, what do you got to understand? Water will touch itself, and that's how these animals will get that venom into it. The teeth on the lower jaw are hollow, and what they will do is they will bite into a predator prey using the capillary action of water. The venom will leach from those glands through the teeth up into that predator or prey. Now, you got to understand, when I was a little bitty kid, I saw a very cool experiment with these animals and their venom. Probably explains why I'm so weird and have a career like this. They took a 3-quart container of fresh horse blood. They dropped in 5 drops of venom. They waited 90 seconds. They then flipped the beaker over, and the blood slid out like a solid jello mold. You know that cranberry sauce you serve at Thanksgiving and Christmas with your turkey that you got to slice to serve? That's what this animal's venom can do to your blood. Now, if I make a mistake and get myself or a library patron bitten by this venomous animal, am I going to die? No. You may shoot me, but I'm not going to die from this. This animal's venom isn't going to kill me. If I get bit in the hand here and the venom leaches into my finger, the blood in my finger will clot, turn to pudding, and what they will do is then the tissue will die, my finger will turn black, and eventually it'll fall off. The entire time this is happening, I'm uncomfortable, but it is not going to kill me. Listen, buddy. Now, what you got to think about this animal's venom could very well be used in our everyday lives right here. Raise your hand if any of you know somebody with diabetes. Good. Hands down. Type 2 diabetes medication that's on the market is actually synthesized from Gila monster and beaded lizard venom. The venom has a coagulating property that can actually help balance people's blood sugars. We also have battlefield dressings for a soldier. If a soldier gets injured in the battlefield and they're bleeding out and you cannot put a tourniquet on it, they now have a bandage. You can slap it on, clotting the blood, saving lives. Now, would the Gila monster make a good classroom or library pet? No, but I've been talking with Miss Cripps here. We've got a nice idea. Parents, if we continue to have problems with overdue library books and damaged books and fines, I have a spare 200-pound Burmese python. We're going to put a snake box in the children's department. If you have a fine, you go in the box until you pay it. That one will leave you a blank check. I'll trust you on that. Now, this is our carnivore. Say it again. Carnivore. Consuming only other animals. He's a very nice creature. I really like him. Now, we're going to put him up. But remember, brightly colored, slow-moving creatures will give you the warning that they do not need to be messed with. Now, we're going to put up both lizards that were long, wide, and flat, helping them survive in that desert. Now, the next animal we're going to get out is different because it's a consumer like us. Catch a bubble, buddy. Now, this animal here. Raise your hand if you like to eat hamburgers and hot dogs. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you should eat fruits and vegetables. Good. Hands down. What do we call the consumer eating plant material and meat? Go. Very good, hon. Omnivore. Say it, please. Omnivore. Now, this next creature is an omnivore, and it also has what I call the O factor. Meaning, whenever I pull this out, students, parents, librarians, all have a tendency to make these aww noises. I hate them. So if you're afraid you may make an O noise, catch a bubble in your mouth. Put one finger in your lip. Put your other hand on your hip. We want to be nice and quiet to see and learn as best as we can. These animals here are creatures that I have raised in my home with me and the rest of my animals, including my own 2 domesticated humans. I want you all to meet Tracy. Say hi, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Now, if any of you can raise your hand and identify this western desert creature.
I think it's like a groundhog.
Nope, it's not a groundhog. Help her out. Nope, that's an African desert one.
Prairie dog.
Very good. This is a black-tailed prairie dog. Now, besides looking just like a chubby chipmunk right now, this animal here is one of the greatest lessons I could ever teach you. Bottoms down, sitting proper, catching bubbles, mouth closed, ears open. Stop eating my shirt. Now, what I want you to think about here, this animal is going to be found in the American West. Prairie dogs were once a very common animal, found all the way from California, all the way east to Arkansas, all the way through the American West, all the way down into Mexico, up into Canada. The problem is these animals have now been removed to only 4% of their natural historic range because of us. We thought they were a nuisance. Now, the best lesson to learn from this creature here, new term, keystone species. Say it, please. Keystone species. When you see an archway, that center stone in the top of it is called a keystone. It holds the whole thing together. And that's what we're looking at when we look at these little prairie dogs here. Now, prairie dogs are going to be found living in a very large group in what we call a prairie dog town. It's a massive network of tunnels, cavities, and caverns buried underneath the surface of the soil, or on top of the ground. They're just like you people live in town. They mow the grass way too often, every 7 days, not 4. Now, what these animals will do is they're tunnels underneath the surface of the soil. Bedrooms, bathrooms, food storage, nurseries, lookout towers, and playgrounds. All this will be buried underneath the surface, where on top the prairie dogs keep the grass short and tender. Now, when you're this big, there's a lot of predators that are going to eat you. So if you keep that grass short and tender, that's going to attract other herbivores in the area. First time I found a prairie dog, I was hiking through the desert badlands in North Dakota. I came in out of a drainage on the flat part of the ground. As far as I could see, I thought I walked into a golf course. There was short, tender green grass and holes and rodents running around everywhere. And it was full of life. We had prairie dogs, jackrabbits, antelope, deer, all the way up to 3,000 pounds. You can't pet this one, I'm sorry, honey. Now, what you gotta understand, these prairie dogs here will be able to use these other creatures. When you're this big, lots of predators. But if your best friend is a 6.5 foot tall, 3,200 pound bison bull, do you think the prairie dog's worried about a coyote anymore? No. But these animals here make habitat that is going to feed the other herbivores. They keep the grass short and tender. That's going to help them see farther. And that's also going to feed the herbivores. Hush, hush, hush. I want you all to meet Shauna. Say hi, Shauna. Hi, Shauna. Shauna is the more athletic sister of our prairie dogs. During the program, she always does her yoga. It's called upside down dog. Don't do that unless you're advanced. You'll hurt yourself in hot yoga doing that. Now, what you gotta understand, these little creatures here, the prairie dogs are gonna be found in that very large group in a prairie dog town. They keep the grass short above their town so they can see farther when they come out of the holes. That attracts other herbivores. And that's gonna allow the prairie dog towns to expand. Abandoned prairie dog towns are actually key nesting sites for 2 endangered North American species. the black-footed ferret, and gopher tortoise. That's why these animals are key, because these creatures help everybody out. Now, humans removed them because we thought they were bad. In the American West, when we turned our livestock loose, they go running through a prairie dog town. You go running through a prairie dog town, you're going to fall home and break your leg. So the prairie dogs have been shot, trapped, poisoned, removed to only 4% because of us. And these animals are awesome. They help us out. The desert, when it rains, it may not rain very often, but when it rains, it tends to rain a lot very quickly. Without the soil and the vegetation we have here, the water runs and erodes. It takes what little soil is there, take it away. When we have a prairie dog town and it rains, all the water runs right into the tunnels, and it floods the lower part of the town. And then that water will slowly soak into the groundwater, recharging the aquifer. A prairie dog town in Montana actually collects the well water so somebody can get well water from the aquifer in Arizona. Largest prairie dog town on record was 3 miles wide by 7. And when it rains in that desert, the water will flood into it, and then that'll be absorbed into the groundwater. But you got to also understand, in a prairie dog town, there's like a gazillion prairie dogs. And they spend all day long running below the surface to the top, below to the top, below to the top. They actually take the cool, moist air from below the surface of the soil to the top, exhaling. Think of this. Sometimes our rainfall here in Tennessee started with a bunch of prairie dog breath in Oklahoma or Nebraska. That's why we call these the keystone species. Now, a lot of you have been looking at me with this one going, Bob, that's a cute little mammal. How come we can't pet this one? It's because prairie dogs in North America have been known to carry diseases, the bubonic plague as well as monkeypox. Sit proper, honey. Now, my animals are disease-free, and I maintain them that way because I am the only person who gets to handle them. It's not that I think you're carrying the bubonic plague or monkeypox, it's just you have to understand. You all brought the most diseased, dangerous wildlife in the state with you. 30% of you have it in your lap. Ma'am, wash your hands before you eat anything. Those things are covered in germs. Seriously. They're horrible. I don't want to touch them. I'll have 7 different species of fecal material in my hands and eat a sandwich. These guys touch me, I need a hazmat suit and a bath. Now, prairie dogs, like I said, are amazing omnivores for us. They like to eat both plant material and other animals. An important part of their diet. Listen, sissies. Now, Tracy and Shauna travel with us in this container here. This is their travel cage. They think they're training for American Ninja Warrior. So you'll be able to watch them. They're going to climb around for the rest of the program. But the important part of their diet that we didn't get to talk about yet. Listen, these animals love to eat bugs. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diet. When I was at university studying carnivores, red foxes, gray foxes, and coyotes, 80% of their stomach contents were grasshoppers during the summertime. Scientists have always wondered how a hummingbird grows on a diet of just straight sugar water. Listen, buddy. Now, I got to find a peer to be able to get this analogy. Hummingbirds will actually fly around with their beaks open, grabbing insects